Do not let people think you do not belong. Because I promise you, once you sit at these tables, at these fancy places, with folks with fancy titles, and they got a big bank account, and you talk to them, and you go, oh, yeah, they ain't all that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
This idea that somehow they are so special, they're so smart, they're so sophisticated, not really. They've been exposed. They've been given the confidence of feeling like they belong. But if you sit down and talk to them, turns out they just folk.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Antes del nombre América, antes del hierro y la cruz, había pueblos que hablaban con la tierra y con la luz. No era un mundo vacío, era ciencia y corazón. La historia empezó aquí mismo, aunque el invasor no pida perdón. Tiempo en el cielo cuando el mundo no sabía contar. El cero nació en la selva, el maíz nos enseñó a pensar. Calendarios y medicina, ciudades frente al sol. No era mito ni leyenda, era pueblo, era voz. No fue descubrimiento, fue invasión. No fue silencio, fue opresión. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Desde el barro del origen hasta el jaguar ancestral, desde la selva profunda hasta el águila solar, ciudades que eran mundos cuando Europa se partió, capitales que flotaban mientras el viejo mundo ardió. En la montaña aprendimos a vivir sin dominar. pero sabiendo gobernar. Caminos y comunidad, trabajo como misión. El poder no era conquista, era responsabilidad. No fue progreso, fue despojo. No fue fe, fue antojo. Antes del mapa, antes de ti, había pueblos completos que no vas a entender. No éramos pasado, somos raíz, aunque nos llamen historia, seguimos aquí. Hey. 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 Quemaron nombres, vendieron memoria, alzaron fronteras sobre nuestra historia. Nos dijeron atraso para robarnos la voz, civilización a balazos y la fe pa'l control. Pero la tierra recuerda, la raíz no se rinde. Aunque cambien las banderas, la herida no se extingue. De norte a sur somos la misma raíz, la misma herida que se niega a morir. De norte a sur nadie sobra aquí, Latinoamérica sigue y no va a pedir permiso para existir.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es...
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes, si quieres mi machete te muerde. te muerte, te muerte, te muerte.
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
I can't whistle like that, bro. I wish I could whistle like that, man. That chupas. How you doing, fam? We getting this started on Wednesday today. Hold on a second. Hold on.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
To you wobbles. To you sellouts. And to all you Christmas Christians and BHI mofos.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
And I say that with all due respect. Yeah, right.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Nah, I'm not. All right, fam, let's get it going, man. Let's get this going. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. I had told the brother I wasn't gonna do these for a couple of days. Well, like maybe a week. I was gonna talk more about our people and shit, but I don't know, man. It's hard to let it go, you know? It's like, really, for real? Anyhow. All right, let me go through this real quick. Thunder Loco, good to have you, bro. I did read that. What else? All be revealed. He liked your video calling out Ricky Ricardo Afro. Yes, sir. Yep. Finally. Ese vato está traumado, el Ricky Ricardo, and he really thinks he's the last authority. What Chicanos or bro, he's got zero fucking authority. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Like I said before, man, I think he wants to slide in with some of those, you know, brown chicks, dark brown chicks. That's what it is, bro. Because, you know what I mean? I think he should have enough information that, hey, listen, we're not like trying to say, oh, defend the white man. No, not at all. Do your thing. But call it spade a spade, man. You know what I mean? Be fucking real with everybody, bro. Don't just like favor. So don't just favor some. Don't be a respecter of people and shit. What up, bro? Good to have you here, man. Hopefully we can get a good video class going on today. I really highly recommend that we you know, anticipate the class on Friday. Lord willing, all creator power, that he gives us, and he allows it to happen, obviously. So I hope that on Friday I can do the class, because I'm gonna go thorough. And thank you, All Be Revealed, reminded me of a book that I had not seen in a long time. I probably would have gotten into it, but probably like 3-4 months down the road. I always take it like it's important to show the moment someone else refreshes the mind, because that was kind of my go-to road. Like, okay, I'm gonna go back to the books I haven't showed you guys, and then we're gonna start tackling more info. But man, I read through that. It's pretty heavy, So we're gonna go through some pages with that book on Friday, and then add more to the actual flavor of the month. You get what I mean? So with that being said, let's get going. I got something for y'all today. All right, so let's start here real quick. Because again, look, I want to make this clear. Right there, Nazi retards are programmed. That you probably thinking like, what do you mean Nazi retards are programmed? I'm telling you right now, family, and I want to say this. I have a son with disability. You guys know that. He's got autism. Yeah, I know that. And he's also blind. You guys know that. But when you think about the word retard, it doesn't apply to people with disability or people with Down syndrome. Because that's not fair. You're calling them dumb for being sick. You can't do that. That's like blaming, well, you got cancer because you're a weakling. No, fuck no, bro. A retard is, let's say, somebody like you and I who can work, take care of themselves, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't need necessarily anybody else to like take care of them. And yet you have facts in front of you and you're still fucking retarded. You get what I'm saying? You have all the information in the world, yet you're still freaking retarded. So it's like, no. I want to take the word retard away from disabled individuals and slap it on who really applies. You fucking pendejos way. You can work, you can take care of your bills. You probably suck at a lot of shit, but you're not fucking stupid, right? Or at least we assume. But then all of a sudden you have enough information and we're like, wait a minute, you're a fucking retard. That's what it is. So these Nazi racist bastards are retarded, family. That's really what it is. So look at them as retarded, fucking sick-minded people. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. I promise you I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So it's not just me talking shit. You know what I mean? Let's see. Did you see the link I sent you? When did you send it to me, bro? Because I honestly should be checking that email more often. Lately, I've been busy, man, because, I do kind of have my own gig, too, and shit. So it's like I juggle a couple things. You know what I mean? But I'll check it out, bro. I promise you. This is GMS, one word's now going, what? Yeah, I saw that. I know you called. Yeah, you called it out. Yeah, I did. Since this channel started right around about October, August, September, I think October of 2022, I started warning you guys. This channel started May, but in October 2022, there was just like something I was noticing, like that whole Canaanite shit. And I was like, bro, these BHIs are gonna turn on y'all, and they're gonna start like riding the wobble wave. I'm telling you right now, and yeah, we're gonna see a couple of things like that. Let's see. Thunder Loco says, yes, the disrespect of Wald from that side, but I think it's just a select few. I mean, here's what I say. We're not calling out every single person that is of African descent. Not at all, bro. We're calling out those individuals that are Taco Gente and then claim to be our people. So, you know what I mean? If you want the smoke, here's the fucking space to get it. For all you guys that are not even relative to this genre, then stay out of it. Shut the fuck up, and you know what I mean? Nobody's talking to you and shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So just saying, bro. Anyways, it's Whatsider. Good to have you here, sis. Saludos, Mexica, and everyone in the chat. All right. Hey, La Meshi, what up? Hold on. That's right. All praises to the Most High. Pale Mo. I don't know what that means, but anyways, hopefully, if I missed it, my bad, bro. Crazy work when people do that have the facts in front of them and todavía se hacen mongolos. Yeah, for real. Like I said, fucking retard. It doesn't apply. It doesn't apply to disabled individuals, people with Down syndrome. It doesn't apply to them because there's a condition already. You can't say, oh, you're dumb, you're sick. You know what I mean? It's like you can't say, oh, you're a fucking weakling. How come you have cancer? Like, what the fuck is that? No, a retarded person is someone just like you and I that gets information right in their fucking face, and yet they still can't figure it out. Now that's a retard. And trust me, family, I hope this session really opens your eyes to the reality. See, for a long time, let's admit it, we thought these white folks were fucking smart. We thought these white folks were like, oh my God, because that's what society taught us. They made us look up to them, the blue eyes and blonde hair and the sophistication and the fucking education and the science and the so-called fascinating fucking things that they found and explore and dig through. And we're like, oh my God, like we're just paisas, savages, pendejos and shit, because we reflected on our household. We reflected on our parents who really weren't shit. Let's be honest, a lot of us felt that way, bro. A lot of us felt like, man, my parents ain't shit, bro. What the fuck, man? Sometimes you didn't want to be like fucking raza sometimes, bro. Like, the fuck, man? Why can't we always get in this shit? But now you're going to find out that was all part of the scripture. That was all part of the history writings that we understood, and now we're seeing as manifestation. Because clearly, we are much fucking smarter than these fucking people. We have the intellectual advancements and the spiritual advancements. So we have the mental intellect and the spiritual intellect, meaning the wisdom. That you cannot take, that you cannot give. That is given by the Most High. That is without a doubt. And like the sister said, Lameshi, they are being exposed fucking quickly, bro. Because guess what? Everybody else around the world has not been propagandized or programmed, which is what we're talking about. The Nazi retards are definitely programmed. You're going to find out. Because for a long time, these cracker barrels thought that they were like, we fucking civilized you, and we took your country, and we fucking enslaved the Negroes, and no, fuck no. That shit is fake. All of that is fake. None of that shit is real. Y'all were slaves too. You were dirty fucking indentured servants. You had your elitists that ran the shop. And now we're finding out, and all your Renaissance concept, everything that you're supposed to learn, geometry and physics and all kinds of shit, I find it ironic that you found that shit after you came to this continent, just like when you found out how to pronounce the name of the Most High. Yahweh. No, fuck no, that's not his name. You get what I mean? So let's begin, family. Let's go.
Told, but they are being told. One being that Germany is considered America unsafe officially to travel to. Canada doesn't consider our medical research valid anymore. They say that it is to be considered as untrue because of the political affiliation with our educational system. These are all alleged. Other countries think that we will no longer be having any other elections and that this is going to be how it is for the rest of our lives. Other countries consider us not a first world country anymore, based on freedom of press, freedom of expression, our education, our political freedoms. They don't consider us a first world country anymore. North Korea has stated that we are going too far. Let that one sink in. Romania is allegedly no longer allowed to ship anything to the United States. It is considered unsafe. And then this one really freaked me out. The Dutch have considered officially that Trump is more dangerous than Hitler. Let me know anything else that we may not be knowing.
Me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, baby, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? Huh? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them, and you obviously used them very well. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon?
And this is what I call the blindness of these cracker barrels. Y'all thought you were so wonderful and shit, and quite frankly, now all of these guys are, the 3%ers. These are Proud Boys. These are fucking all of these. I don't know, whatever they guys are. Quite frankly, y'all don't scare you don't scare me at all because all you're able to do is be tough when you have a gun. I mean, I have one too. You know what I mean? Like whatever, Dad. We can do it any day. what I say is, don't bring your guns. Just matter of fact, bring those gloves. I'll let you, with those gloves. That's fine. But see, the thing is, y'all don't have no huevos. You were lied to. You guys are all fucking retarded. Programmed to hate people because you are retarded and you don't know what else to do. You have nothing else but to be feudal. You come from a feudalist society, which means you have always been ruled. You were always that type of mentality. You were always that type of small, fucking desolate nation. Scriptures talk about that. Malachi 1 and 4 expresses it. Obadiah as well. Now, this was why I want to show this to you guys too. Because a lot of you natives, and listen, I show love to my native brothers up here north, but y'all don't fucking know how to scratch people's back, bro. You guys are you might think you are like, you know it all. You know what I mean? But then you want to scratch the surface that supposedly Jesus was here and shit. It's like, make up your fucking minds. And this is why I want to embarrass you too. Because you guys been programmed. Somebody must have taught you, told you, we're not like Mexican people. We're the real natives. That's why these wobbles went and attacked y'all. These wobbles started attacking you motherfuckers. I'm going to be real with y'all. And I don't recall hardly any of you pushing back. Since 2022, y'all were staying quiet in TikTok until a lot of us started speaking up. Then you actually grew some huevos. It's funny how our influence is really right there, right? But still, you're still not getting it because you have been programmed.
Here in the urban area, natives know what Fort Snelling. We call it Birote. We know that this place is important. We know that the spirits are still there. You can feel their presence when you're there. Not, the 1,700 women, children, and elders who were at that concentration camp. The hundreds who died, their spirits still come back to that space.
Just over a mile from the Bishop Whipple building, where federal immigration detainees are being held outside of Minneapolis, is a crucial site in one of the Dakota people's creation stories. But in the 1860s, that site was also transformed into a site of genocide, as the United States imprisoned upwards of 2,000 Dakota and Ho-Chunk people following the Dakota Indian Wars in a concentration camp called Fort Snelling. Given the site's unique history, Dakota people and historians are warning of the potential for history to repeat itself.
And we know that history is a series of patterns. We as Dakota people know what this site has stood for since time began. We also know what it represents to the American government. And in terms of the United States government, this is seen as a space to take control and to invade. It's right underneath the recreated military fort, because it's not even historic. It's a recreated fort today. Right underneath that is an area that was a concentration camp. Many were killed. Women were used as target practice there. My own grandfather, my grandmother's great-grandfather, Cloudman Makpiowichashta, died at that concentration camp. We grew up hearing the stories of our grandparents having to carry their papers with them, or our great-grandparents having to carry papers of identification papers with them, not being able to leave and all of this. And that's where we're at again. We're living in a state of fear right now. Anybody who is non-white is threatened with being detained. We have to carry our papers on us. I had to get all of my kids' tribal IDs and had to find our passports and any sort of identification that we have.
Family, you know what the sad part is about this whole thing? That we've known that for a long fucking time. See, we've experienced that for a long fucking time. And none of you natives ever wanted to listen to us. Ever. No, a lot of you were like the key, like the I don't know, whatever you call it, I don't know what word they use to let, whether you decide to let people in or not. For a long time, you fucking put your hand out. You put your fucking 5 fingers to our face and didn't care, didn't even consider, didn't even think about, hey, I mean, a lot of you motherfuckers look just like us. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the, okay, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Family, you guys were here. What was that guy? RDX or RX, whatever the fuck he was? RDAY, whatever. He comes to my channel and he's like trying to push the 12-track chart. You know what I'm saying? Right? And he's fucking angry and shit. He's like, nah, but you're Issachar and this and that and the Black Brothers. And I'm like, bro, we're going back and forth. And I was like, hold on a second, bro. Let me ask you a question, because you say you're from Arizona, right? He's like, yeah, I'm a native from Arizona. Okay, so when did you start being Gad? Prior to 1848 or after 1840 fucking 8? He's like, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you kind of have a point because, this place used to be Mexico, and I do have some Mexican families within me. Oh, shit.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Nah, but you let some 12th chart motherfucking idiots tell you, oh, we're different people. You're God and I'm a Mexican. Since the beginning of time, you had that separation in your spirit. All of a sudden now you're like, oh my God, the Whipple. Yeah, you need to carry your passport. You know what the fuck they're doing in the Whipple, by the way? Hold on.
News from healthcare workers that there's individuals that are showing up to the emergency room who require amputation and some with cracked skulls because news from healthcare workers that there's individuals that are showing up.
And let me say this right now. Sorry, I was on mute in a second. Let me say this right now, family. I mean, this is so important to let y'all know because for a long time, they've been saying that, oh my God, we're different people. We don't have nothing in common. We don't relate. The sister was saying in the video, well, I don't want this to happen again because 100 years ago it happened to us. And they were that people telling them to carry papers and they got killed. And I'm like, wait, hold on a second. And you said the spirits live on. So what do you think the spiritual world is telling you right now? Those people that got deported and sent over there and then left to die in those areas, it's all over again. I don't understand why it took y'all this long to figure it out. For a long time, forever, you've been saying, oh, well, we're Native Americans, but those Mexicans are not really like us, because they're Spaniards. A lot of you guys were talking like that. My bad. It's all good, fam. We got it back. Let's go.
News from healthcare workers that there's individuals that are showing up to the emergency room who require amputation and some with cracked skulls because ICE is taking individuals, stripping them naked and abandoning them in the woods. This is the time that if you are a dog owner and you're taking your dogs for a walk at a nearby park or something, please just keep an eye out. Make sure that there's no individuals in there who had succumb to hypothermia. This is really important. Please share this with everybody and let's just come together.
Are being taken out into the woods around the Whipple and released in the middle of the woods around the Whipple and released in the middle of the night, sometimes with no clothes, always with no phone, if they're brown, with no ID. And it's a death sentence. One of the people had a cracked skull that's been treated. So they're taking the people that they don't want us to know about and they're dropping them in the woods.
Even worse.
This is why it amazes me because she's saying that this Whipple had a history. The Whipple building, the Whipple. You know what I'm saying? This land has a history with our native brothers in the north. They were also arrested. They were also considered savages. They were also considered foreigners. They were also considered immigrants, family. The difference was that they just got like a passport before we did. And all of a sudden now, they kind of like, oh, well, there's history here. And, we understand that we don't want it to happen again. No, it's been happening. And now it's right in front of your doorstep. So those spirits that passed away back then, they probably migrated themselves right back. Why? So you can wake the fuck up. Because this is not a one-time rodeo. We've been in this several times.
Still come back to that space.
Just over a mile from the Bishop Whipple building, where federal immigration detainees are being held outside of Minneapolis, is a crucial site in one of the Dakota people's creation stories. But in the 1860s, that site was also transformed into a site of genocide, as the United States imprisoned upwards of 2,000 Dakota and Ho-Chunk people following the Dakota Indian Wars in a concentration camp called Fort Snelling. Given the site's unique history, Dakota people and historians are warning of the potential for history to repeat itself.
And we know that history is a series of patterns. We as Dakota people know what this site has stood for, since time began. We also know what it represents to the American government. And in terms of the United States government, this is seen as a space to take control and to invade. It's right underneath the recreated military fort, because it's not even historic. It's a recreated fort today. Right underneath that is an area that was a concentration camp. Many were killed. Women were used as target practice there. My own grandfather, my grandmother's great-grandfather, Cloudman Mahpia died at that concentration camp. You know, we grew up hearing the stories of our grandparents having to carry their papers with them, or our great-grandparents having to carry papers of identification papers with them, not being able to leave and all of this. And that's where we're at again. We're living in a state of fear right now. Anybody who is non-white is threatened with being detained. We have to carry our papers on us. I had to get all of my kids' tribal IDs and had to find our passports and any sort of identification that we have. And so I'm incredibly fearful for my children and my husband, who are browner than me. Our grandparents were murdered there. We're in prison there. And now we're worried about our family members being in prison there again.
Family, I think it's time for y'all to wake up. Like, what do you think this happened again? The same situation happened to our brethren. Do you think those spirits are not back, dressed up in other faces, but still the same bloodline? Our blood runs deep. This is only happening to our people consistently. If you look at it every year, every 100 years, I mean, I don't even know, every 20 fucking years, shit. It doesn't stop. It pains me to hear this. But at the same time, it's like, we've been telling you. We've been telling you. We've been telling you. 1917 fumigation bans, repatriation act, fucking wetback operation, you know, Bracero program. Like, they've been deporting our people since the get-go. Y'all didn't, care because, you were natives. Just like the guy that showed up. R.D., whatever the fuck his name was. Mr. Gadd. He was Mr. Gadd, right? I was like, when did you start becoming Gadd? Prior to 1848 or after 1848? And he's like, well, I guess after 18. Yeah, exactly. Once you were Mexican, all of a sudden now you're Gadd, bro. You see what I'm saying, fam? Listen.
This is a space that's so important for us. This is a place of love and of beauty and our very makeup of who we are as humans. And it's a very difficult space to go to as Dakota people because it's very heavy. But it's a space that we've been working to be able to return to because it's our site of creation. It's a place that is so incredibly important to us, and yet it's hard to be there.
For a Dakota person or a Native person in general to be kept at Fort Snelling would be especially traumatic, right?
Absolutely. Just even knowing that there is a so-called detention center, just knowing that there are concentration camps that are being recreated again at this place is incredibly triggering, incredibly.
See what I'm saying? You see, this is why I always tell people, like I have my bloodline, right? My blood family. And some of my brothers, they don't talk to me, like they just don't. So I tell my mom, I was like, Mom, do you think that it's fair that if fucking they die and that I have to go to their funeral? Why would I want to go to their funeral? They never cared about having a relationship with me when they were alive or I was alive. Why the fuck would they care if I show up when they're fucking dead? It makes no sense. And this is where our mind needs to change. Hey, what up, circumspect brother? Jacob, how you doing, brother? This is where our mind needs to change, fam. Like, this is why this is happening. You need to start really looking at your family, your household. Look, I'll give you guys some advice of how I see my kids, okay? And hopefully this really helps y'all. I have 4 kids, remember. And I'm blessed to have them. I'm not kidding, fam. Like I'm just like, man, I'm so thankful for the way they are. The Most High gave them the spirit of Hebrewism. You know what I'm saying? Like, just so respectful, such good kids, man. They have a good spirit. Well, we were talking, and I told, they know this, but, we were just talking one night, not even long ago, a week ago, and I told the kids, and I was like, you want to know something, just to give you guys a heads up? that I never looked at you all like my kids. The first thing I thought was they were not my kids. God brought them to me so I could learn from them and they could learn from me. Before you're my child, you're the Creator's child, so you're kind of like my brother and sister. So I looked at my kids different. I didn't look at them like a possession, like they were my fucking toy. I looked at them like, bro, they're my family. Maybe that may be my father or great grandfather or great grand. You know what I'm saying? That's how I looked at them. I looked at them for who they were spiritually. And maybe that's why they're all pretty like fair with each other. You know what I'm saying? Like we have a really tight family. And they're very loving kids to their cousins and their you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm blessed to see that because maybe that helped me. Maybe that helped me raise them different because I never saw them like, hey, you're my son, so you better love me. Like, nah, bro. Just like I'm your father, you're my son. I have to like really earn your love and your respect. I have to be a good example. That's why I always told brothers and sisters, bro, I'm not afraid to die. I ain't not afraid to die. I was more afraid to leave an ugly legacy behind. That my kids, when I pass away, they're like, bro, I don't know my fucking dad. I don't give a fuck about him. Fuck that fucking dude. That would kill me in my spirit because I knew that I did something wrong. Now, some of your fathers might be like, whatever, dude, you ran it however you want. At least I'm reflective enough to understand they were never my children in the first fucking place. And we need to start looking at each other like that. We need to start looking at each other like that. You get what I'm saying? Let's continue with, hold on, this is almost done.
Traumatic for our people. At the same time, people, it feels like we're being hunted. You know, the immigrants who are being detained within that space, those are our neighbors. Those are our relatives. Those are Minnesotans today. At the end of the day, we're human beings. We're trying to figure out how to live amongst each other. And to see so many people hurting at this place that is so important, so beautiful, full of spirits and love is just wrong.
For ICT, I'm Amelia Schaefer.
Yeah, that's a good scripture, bro. Because it's technically true, man. Technically true. Jeremiah 6:27. That's what he reads. It says, I have set thee for a tower and a fortress among my people, that thou mayest know and try their ways. So I kind of like the translation that you brought up because it does sound a little different there. Let me show you this one. It says here, Jeremiah, test my people as you would test metal and find out what they are like. You know, I'll tell you this right now, fam. Just like how I would look at my kids, I would also let them kind of experience some hardships. Like, you know, like the dad looks from behind, like, okay, no, let's see what he's going to do. No, déjalo, güey. A ver qué va a hacer, cabrón. A ver qué va a hacer, güey.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
Never compliment your kids and then slap them with a fucking regañada, güey. Nah, bro, separate that. Compliment your children. And then when you got something to say that they did bad, separate that from the compliment. Don't compliment them with a backhand. That shit never works. Do you understand what I mean? They're not your children. They're the Father's creation. And you're here to set an example, like the example says, to test them, to see what their metal's about. Find out what they're like. If you cannot find out what your children are like, if you look at them like they're your possession, your toy. Like, you know, we all love that Mexican song, Hermoso Cariño. You know, that shit is a bomb, right? But it's like, que Dios me ha mandado haberte dado más para mí, something like that. Okay, so he's like, oh my God, it's my toy, precioso regalo, stuff like that. Yeah, I love that shit. But you also have to separate from that spiritual concept that, yo, these people were here before you. Maybe. And then you were here before them. Maybe. You get what I mean? When you look at it like so-called spiritual immortality, then you really understand what you're dealing with. Because this scripture here goes heavy. This is you understanding who you are, what your job is, that you got to test each one's metal and know exactly who they are. Because every child is different. That's why you can't treat them all the same. You have to have a standard, a blueprint, but that blueprint kind of has to move a little bit around. Not so much. You don't change your ways. You adjust based on the structure that you're raising your children in. Anyways, enough of that said. Let's move on. Now, here's where I'm telling you, this is programming right here, 100%. So all of a sudden, a brother sent me this, right? He goes, GMS Maccabees, whatever the fuck his name is. He gets away with these comments. He says, Alan Moore admits Dungeon Street ran, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, okay, no big deal. Trump says countries should get on, so-called blah, blah, blah. And then he posts this right here. I don't know why I can't open it. But he says, the erasure of copper-colored Americans. You see what I've been saying? You see what I've been talking about? These Negro funks from West Africa, predominantly Canaanites, claiming to be Jews, right? Who push the BHI stupidity. GMS is now agreeing with the wobbleism, saying, yeah, you fucking people that were here originally were blackety black. Basically that. Once again, bro, when you have retarded people, like, this is straight racist, Negro Nazi retards that are being programmed. Oh, God chose you. Hey, by the way, you see those Mexicans? They used to look like you. And you were here before the Africans came. But you know what? We're also part of the Bible because apparently we ruled Europe. So that means we enslaved the white man. But then somehow we got away from Europe, went to Africa, and we forgot who we were. But then somehow, we're here in America and we're the originals. Are you fucking serious? Are you guys that retarded? Like, for real? 1791 census, copper-colored American listed as free people of... Okay, continue. Webster's Dictionary defines Americans as a native of America, originally applied to the copper-colored race. Sis. Indian Removal Act forces indigenous people off their lands. It's funny how you guys say that, but yet there's a bunch of negros in those lands that you guys move those natives from. I'm telling you, it gets even more interesting. So now, let's go to the actual nitty-gritty. Like, I don't like this piece of shit. This is butt plug Nicky Chicky Fuentes and shit. Now, he's going to be sarcastic right now. But you want to know something, fam? Let's understand the psychology. Let's understand the psychology of exactly what they're talking about. Okay? So here, I think Nicky Tricky is realizing that his party is full of fucking retards. I really think that's what it is. Because he's fucking making fun of him. Now he's like fucking being condescending. Or, honestly, bro. Pay attention. Look what he says. This is funny. And listen to the whole thing. And here's where we go with these little Nazi fucking Cracker Barrels foreign.
With that being said, we have
foreign people that barely come to this country and shit, this continent, and now they feel like, oh, we're Americans. Fucking Russian ass idiots. But let's continue. Hold on. Let me slow down. You're going to listen to this guy say, oh, yeah, I felt at home, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, watch. Watch what he says. Hold on a second. Listen to this. Hold on, yeah, you're right. Hold on, let me get you on that one. There's the first everything. The first lowrider man, the first smallpox, the first samurai warrior, the first Filipino, the first native, first Cherokee, first Blackfoot, and you forgot one more. The first tortilla maker. That's for you, sis. Hold on. The first colonizer and damn well the first conquistador.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
All right, so check it out. Now listen to this, all right? Listen to this. Pay attention to this racist piece of shit. By the way, they say he's Mexican. He's really Irish, fam. He's really fucking Irish. And his mom's Italian, Sephardic. Okay, so he's like Sephardic Irish Italian who claims to have Mexican descent, and he does not. You understand? You get what I mean? All right, listen to him. Let's go.
have to talk about this Super Bowl halftime show. There is so much to talk about. The greatest Super Bowl halftime show of the 21st century. I thought it was great. I understood every word. I don't know what everybody was complaining about. People said, I can't understand a word of the Super Bowl halftime show. This is ours. This is America. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I understood every word he said. I understood it perfectly. People were saying it's un-American. I'm like, this looks exactly like the neighborhood I grew up in. I was like, this is super relatable. The sugar cane, the nail tech, the salsa dancing. I was like, that looks like where I'm from. I was like, those look like my parents. Those look like mi familia. That's like all my cousins. I think I recognized a few people there. I thought it was great. That was the kind of culture I grew up with. That was kind of the rhythm of where I grew up in Mexico City. And they look like my people, talk like my people. I was like, finally, I feel included. No, I'm joking, of course.
He says, I'm joking, of course. Now, remember, dude, watch this. Watch what just happens. Okay? There is something called safe space. There's something called safe space for people that have critical mental issues. Okay? Now, for example, my son who's disabled, who has autism, he's got severe autism. He kind of wants things to go his way, right? And if it doesn't go his way, then he like, but I wanted to go my way, and he'll fucking bounce around. And he'll probably try to like hit his head on the side of the wall or some shit because it did not go his way. Or he doesn't like the way things are said. No, I don't want to hear it that way. Say it this way. And I'm like, no, Eric, that's not, I'm telling you what it, no, but, okay? So people with disability in the mental issue in the mind, they need a safe space. So we have to kind of adjust to counter that attitude. We have to create a safe space conversation that says, okay, Eric, let me attack it this way or approach it this way where it doesn't offend you, where it doesn't hurt your feelings, when you don't go bust your fucking head or get mad and cry or maybe want to bite your lip or, none of that shit, right? Listen to this. This is what he's making fun of him. He's realized like, bro, y'all are fucking retarded. He understands now that these right-wingers are easily programmed. That's why those people on the left, they call them mush brains, mega mush brains. Listen to the sarcasm, bro. I thought it was wonderful.
Rage bait. You guys are idiots. You guys are idiots, all right? It's just a little rage bait. Hey, just jokes. Relax. Everyone's going to be okay. What do you need, a safe space? Here, we'll rent an overflow space and, we'll hang up some red, white, and blue streamers and we'll put some country music on. Okay? We'll do a little counter programming.
See, we'll do a little counter programming. Oh, shit. Oh, that shit was wonderful.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Because remember, I've been showing you guys a lot of documentation regarding propaganda, right? From 1829, the book from Barley. He talked about that the only way that the masses function together is by being manipulated by society, by their leaders, by basically government and, business. Now, business has taken advantage of the way you manipulate people. Nowadays, it doesn't say it in the book, but you can see the example that government understands now how business has been marketing to the brain, to the mind, to mush brains or people that need to be programmed. That's why he's like, wait, hold on. You know what? If it offends you that I said these jokes, let me just create you a safe space, okay? Let's get the red, white, and blue flag. We'll do some Cracker Barrel shit, you know what I'm saying? We'll say some nice things to you. Because in case you don't know, family, he said safe space before he said reprogramming. Safe space. Safe space. I'm telling you, this is fucking fundamentally fucking insane. We are dealing with people that have mental issues. The term safe space refers to places intended to be free of bias, conflict, criticism, or potentially threatening actions, ideas, or conversations. The term originated in the LGBTQ culture.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
You see what I'm saying? Safe space. Now, do mentally weak people need a safe space? It's important of creating safe space for mentally weak individuals. Like, for example, creating safe space, the role of inclusivity in the mental health. So, for example, they were being excluded for a long time. Listen, I'm not going to talk about this particular space because that's not the subject. I have my opinions on it. But hey, all I'm trying to suggest to you here is that certain people that had particular insecurities about themselves or mental health issues, possibly, right? They needed a safe space to feel comfortable. And a lot of times it requires programming. Program, what's the definition of program? A brief, usually printed outline of the order to be followed. Y'all are feudalized. Like, you're feudal. You love your feudalism. You love to have leaders that tell you what the fuck to do. Like I said, man, look, listen, I'm telling you, family, we used to think these people were fucking smart. They're not. They're fucking retarded. They're fucking dumb. Hey, and you know what? It's okay. We fell for the okie doke, just like some of us fell for the okie doke in those BHI rooms. Like, oh, you're right. You're probably black. And then you find out, like, what the fuck? Sometimes pendejada gets in the way, but there's a difference between pendejo and being a fucking retarded, okay? So a brief, usually printed out outline of order to be followed of the features to be presented in the person participating as in a public performance, the performance of a program, curriculum, perspective, symbolism. See, so you guys are all basically part of your DNA. You know what I mean? You're programmed. You're meant to be fucking dumb. And your elitists made you guys feel superior than other people. And now we're realizing, hold on. Now you're realizing, and some of these guys, because you know what? As much as butt plug Nicky Chicky Fuentes may be as racist as fuck, and I know he ain't our people, he's not stupid, nor is he retarded. He caught on to y'all. He caught on to you. Let him continue make fun of your ass.
Rent an overflow space, and you know, we'll hang up some red, white, and blue streamers, and we'll put some country music on. Okay? We'll do a little counter programming. Okay? Would that make you feel better? Do you need a little safe space? This song is in Spanish. This isn't English. This is Spanish. Hey, it's okay. We have some counter programming.
Hey, it's okay. We have some counter programming. You know, cause you're mush brain. Y'all MAGA fucking white cracker barrels. I thought you were so superior, that's so intelligent, so high IQ. You know, cause by the way, I did score a 130 in my IQ test. 130, 119, and then 122. So I don't know which one it is. I'm not saying I'm smart. I don't give a fuck, bro. I was one sofa away from being homeless. I'm no better than my brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? Not at all. You guys are good at what you do. I'm good at what I do. We're all capable of being this way. What I'm trying to share with you is we misunderstood and we fell for the okie doke. And now it's time to wake the fuck up and stop looking at these people like there's some superiority. Not at all, family. They're just worms. They're just worms. Like the Bible says so. They're just worms. Continue, because worms don't have brains.
We rented an overflow room. We're going to play some country music. There. It's all right. It's going to be fine. We'll have some ranch dressing. We'll have some Domino's pizza. It's going to be fine.
You see how he's dude, it's fucking hilarious. Cause you know why? Cause it's true. He's finally realizing, bro, I'm surrounded by stupid fucking people. Is that the masses? Yeah. That is the masses. Massa?
Fine. No, I'm kidding. I'm just guys. Since when did our side become like this? Maybe we've always been like this and I just never saw it. Here's my unironic take about that. I'm joking around a little bit. But here's my unironic take. Is we have to talk about a couple of things. We have to talk about the halftime show. We can't talk about it without also discussing the Kid Rock thing that was going on somewhere else. What the fuck was that? I mean, if that's the best we have to offer, honestly, I'm switching sides. If that's seriously.
He realized, bro, are we that stupid, dog? Hold on. Hey, y'all Slurpee that shit. You guys believe Donald Trump and you did this.
Turkey Slurpee.
That's that little video that this girl puts a turkey fucking and she's like, turkey Slurpee. Here, look.
Turkey Slurpee.
That's fucking crazy. You know, I just, hold on. I gotta say this to y'all.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
Hey, GMS. Y'all are easily programmed, and your followers too.
They said, this is the all-American halftime show. God, family, and it's like, okay, if that's the all-American halftime show, I don't know, guys. We're losing them. You know, we got to come up with something better because that was a tough watch.
I mean, I kind of agree with Nick, I'm not gonna lie, but seriously guys, calm down. I've seen so many people the last days freaking out on social media because of this Bad Bunny performance at the Super Bowl. Seriously, we have way more important problems in our country than this. Believe me, in
What? I agree, man. Like, it's like y'all made a big deal about 15 minutes of fucking fame for the guy, yet you don't even talk about the Super Bowl game, like, at all. You guys don't even care about the game. And quite frankly, like I said, like I posted, hold on, let me show you the post. Let me show you the post so you guys can know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I don't hide from nobody, bro. Check this out. To me, this is so silly. This is silly willy shit, bro. Look, watch this. So, like, I posted some stuff. And I was like, what did I say? What is this? So I posted that stuff right here. I posted that stuff. Which one was this one? Well, is it this one? Yeah, no, not that one. This one right here, right? Because, Trump made a comment like, oh my God, this is so fucking stupid and ugly and yada, yada, yada. So I was like, no, hell no. I'm not going to let you fucking bastards do that. So I said, fuck you to all racist retards. Y'all came to our continent, so it's time you get the fuck out of it as well. We make this land beautiful, and we sure as hell have a better vibe of music than your disturbing and disgusting, boring European stiff tapping dances. Everything about you is stale. Your food is stale, your clothing, your culture, and your entire persona is totally fucking stale, fucking boring, and fucking pale. And yes, we will be replacing your racist retards, better known as Cracker Barrels. By the way, why? Because the Bible says it, as well as Darwinism, that life chose us. So life is like, bro, y'all don't make nothing good. The only reason let's put it this way. You only know about tomatoes is because you got them from here. Seriously, there would be no pizza, no hamburgers, none of that shit if it wasn't for our tomatoes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, that's just even one ingredient of many things that made your boring culture somewhat interesting. And then we fell for the okie doke. But now we're waking the hell up.
1 week, no one will talk about this anymore. This is not important. And I get it. Some people, they're freaking out because it was in Spanish and we're in the United States of America. I get this. But guys, we have more important work to do than complain about a show.
This retard over here with a fucking accent, I'll tell you what. If I was Border Patrol, which I never would be, but if I was, I would have been asking him, hey, let me see your papers. Put your ass over there. You got an accent. I have to arrest you because you are an illegal. We see, they don't do that, though. You got to be proud. Let's continue, though. This is kind of funny. Let's continue.
The Super Bowl, like, seriously, so many people on X, on Twitter, whether they're free.
I'm just telling you up front. I'm going to be honest with you. Full disclosure, I can't do it. I think I'd rather kill myself than pretend to like that. So you're telling me we're at the Super Bowl party with the normies, with the hoes, with the chuds and the we're at the Super Bowl watch party. We're having our taquitos. We're having our wings, pizza, watching the big game. Everybody's having a good time. You're telling me we have to turn off the TV or we have to switch the input. We have to go to the Rumble app and watch some AI ad about like alternative medicine. And then we have to watch Kid Rock and this like generic country music. And we have to pretend to like this. We have to all be like, this is really good. She's really good. I'm not doing it. I can't do it. It sucks.
You see what he's saying? He's like, I'm not going to be programmed like you. I'm not going to be a Nazi fucking retard that requires programming. Because I got offended. Because I don't like to hear Mexicans. Even though they weren't all Mexicans. So now let me present this video to you. Because I think it's right in the moment. And I did this compilation for you, family. I hope you appreciate it because this is heavy. Let's go.
And then, I don't know, I guess you just develop a feeling that's so tragic, that whole period of My Lai-like incidents, the Sand Creek Massacre, the Cuskers wiping out of the Indians at
I just heard something very interesting on the what are those Indians down, the Incas and those other ones that could write?
Aztecs and
the Mayans.
Oh, the Mayans, yeah.
I was reading, somebody on TV was talking about how when the Spanish came, these priests burned for 30 days all the Mayan books. So there was none left, and his reason was, it's either the word of God, and we've already got that, so so we'll destroy it. And if it isn't, it's the work of the devil. So they destroyed the whole Mayan culture, literature, which was very good and very aware. And there was about 3 books left, which sort of say, you know, got up and went to work. And there's not enough words for them to work out what the language was.
That's right.
And
One man
that's
destroyed a whole
one up
written
for Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the man who led the Indians against, who led the cavalry against the Indians at the Sand Creek Massacre was a man of the cloth.
He's there, dude, talking to this guy, letting him know what's going on.
The best way I could describe it is probably like a modern day concentration camp. It's a bunch of temporary tents. There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So I'm just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got 2 TVs on the wall. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. We've got no commissary. We've got no options to get extra food or anything like that. And the conditions here are filthy, completely nasty, very rarely cleaned. I'm in fear for my life down here, honestly, because people have been killed by the staff here, by the security staff.
There you go.
You just don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. You don't know if there's going to be riots. You don't know what's going to happen. It's a nightmare down here.
I mean, is there competition for food given how little you're each getting?
Oh, absolutely there is, yeah. There's a little bit of the discrimination, I guess, against English speakers here. The Spanish speakers definitely get a preference when it comes to the extra food, if there's any extra food left over, because all the staff are kind of Hispanic and, they kind of stick with their own when it comes to that kind of stuff, So we'd be extremely lucky to get anything extra,
I like the Super Bowl not to be an international event. I like it when we kind of all come together as Americans, especially when it feels like the NFL is just using it as a marketing ploy to recruit Latin American audience on the heels of Latin America invading this country. 20 million pouring in, and that's what you see. You see all these foreigners speaking a foreign language with foreign flags marching into the camera like a caravan. Too soon. Listen, this was an open borders moment. Everybody knows it. That's what's going on here.
We were talking about the Super Bowl halftime show. So I gotta ask, have you given like some time to like listen to some Bad Bunny and be like,
hell no.
maybe give him a shot?
Absolutely not, man. Look. Why don't we get somebody right here from home? How about someone from right here in San Francisco? All these artists right here in the area to play at the Super Bowl. Somebody he speak English. I don't know if it's gonna be in Spanish or whatever.
The whole thing is gonna be in Spanish. There's a few.
What sense that make? I mean, the man, look. Don't get me talking. Man,
but Puerto Rico is America. I'm Puerto Rican too.
Puerto Rico is not America.
It's a territory.
It's a territory. You can't vote. It's not U.S. You can call it U.S. It's U.S. territory is what it is. That's all it is.
To get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially, the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out that people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay, so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here. Whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football.
First of all, I agree with you. Thank you, sis, for supporting that comment, because I do believe there's about 80 to 100 of us here. They are obviously going to say we're less than them. That's why they're so fucking afraid. If we're only 40 million, why would they be so afraid?
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Because there's not. And she's like, the Latinos, bitch, you know you love this fucking flavor. This is the reason why they hate you, fam. They hate you because they love you. You see what I'm saying? They hate you because they envy your shit. See, retards do that, so they need reprogramming. If it wasn't for the reprogramming, they probably would be dancing right with you. You probably would have kids from this woman and shit, because she'd be rolling all over your fucking nutsack. Because you want to know the fact is, they understand who is going to be eventually eliminated. It's a fact. Let's continue, though. Let's listen to this racist shit. Because here, let me go back a little bit. I want to point this out, because he's talking about football and all this shit, right? Okay, let's continue.
Here, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim, it's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken, and an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Do you know what the official language of the United States is? Piers Morgan does. We don't have one. We are the only nation in the world where every single language spoken on Earth is spoken commonly every day. It doesn't make us weaker. It makes us stronger. Go ask, if you could, the Japanese soldiers of the Second World War who could never figure out how to break the Navajo speaking in code.
Now, the Carlisle football team was small in stature, but they could compete with anybody, including the best football teams at the time, which was Harvard and Army. These native football players revolutionized the game. It's 1903, Carlisle versus Harvard. Harvard is the heavyweight champ. Carlisle pulls a kickoff return play that is legendary. The players huddle around the returner, and one guy, Charles Dillon, slips the ball under his jersey. And he walks right past the confused Harvard defense with his hands empty. And once he's in the clear, he sprints for a touchdown. And the refs had to count it because at the time, there was no rule against hiding the football in your shirt. The Carlisle football team was legendary, and they would routinely beat the best football teams in the country. I bet you never heard of the Hominy Indians. This was an all-native professional football team founded in the 1920s in Hominy, Oklahoma. They had native players from more than 20 different tribes. They weren't a gimmick. They were a powerhouse. Their biggest moment came in 1927 when they played the New York Giants. Yes, we're talking about the NFL team. The Giants had just been crowned world champions, but the Hominy Indians beat them. Now imagine that, a group of natives showing up and beating the Super Bowl champs.
What precisely is the MAGA culture? Let's listen to Congresswoman Melanie Stansberry explain it.
We know that there are more than 36 associates, family members, and individuals directly associated with Donald Trump named in those files. Now, there are now at least 9 or 10 other countries across the world that have opened investigations or forced their leaders to step down because of their mere association with Jeffrey Epstein. And the United States government is engaged in an active cover-up of the largest sex trafficking scandal and influence peddling scandal in the history of the United States, and Donald Trump is right at the center of it. And the person who is living to provide the evidence, who knows what is going on, is trying to invoke the Fifth to buy her clemency.
Young ladies, I like them underage. See, some say that's statutory, but I say it's mandatory.
But to show you he's not a one-hit wonder, here's this. Kid Rock on the Olsen twins. Why is every guy in America waiting for these chicks to turn 18? I mean, you know what they're saying? If there's grass on the field, play ball.
For all of the above reasons, I respectfully decline to answer the questions.
I kept my underwear on.
I know I'm supposed to feel sorry for Alex Preddy, but I don't. You know why I wasn't shot by Border Patrol this weekend? Because I kept my ass inside and out of their operations. The good guys, the ones who are trying to rid us of the scourge of child molesting illegals.
Trump and Epstein were sued by a woman who went by the pseudonym Katie Johnson. Johnson alleged that Trump raped her.
Unbothered by child rape. In fact, Megyn Kelly is an apologist for pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein. Let's watch her normalize it.
As for Epstein, I've said this before, but just as a reminder, I do know somebody very, very close to this case who is in a position to know virtually everything. Not everything, but virtually everything. And this person has told me from the start, years and years ago, that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. This is this person's view, who was there for a lot of this, but that he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls. And I realize this is disgusting. I'm definitely not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts. That he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal.
Let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe that facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, "This is a good one." Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles.
County has the pedophile symbol on its badge.
Yeah.
As if to say, you're safe with us, pedophile. It's cool. All right? So our 18,000 police jurisdictions are in the Stone Age, and they have been trained to turn a blind eye to most crime. The Zionists have totally compromised all law enforcement communications and computing across this country. There's an excellent book on Robert Maxwell, Israeli super spy. He was the first guy to push out a program called Promise, which was the Israelis' first serious attempt to penetrate all government communications and computing. And when Michael Chertoff, who is a Zionist dual citizen, was put in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, among his missions was to make sure that there were Israeli firms in the basement of all Department of Homeland Security communications and computing software and hardware.
Was the CIA created? It was the Jewish mafia, the Italian mob, and MI6, the previous British intelligence, and the Nazis that wanted to share their secrets. And they created a secret network that later became known as the CIA. And this is where all the dark stuff happens. Now, people they think the CIA is for national security. No, it was to enforce corporate interest.
That's what the movies say.
It's to enforce corporate interest. Because what does this military industrial complex need? It needs all your resources, Africa. It needs all your resources, Central and South America. It needs all of your labor and resources, Asia. It needs all of your oil, Middle East. And that's ours. And if you don't comply, we'll sanction you and make it where you can't trade with anyone else. We'll fund a militia group and we'll call them terrorists, and they'll just take over your resources and we'll pretend we're fighting them so that we can bomb them and then take over your resources.
Yeah.
We'll then use that economic chaos to create riots. And when there's a riot, we'll install our agents to start shooting people. And then it becomes violent. And then we can come in and we can bomb. And then what happens is we'll replace you as a leader with our leader. So are you going to comply or not? Are you going to take our money? And when you take our money, you must privatize your resources, and we will own them eventually through stock market manipulation. And you must install one of our banks that becomes a member for the Bank for International Settlement. And you must borrow some dollars from the IMF or the World Bank. And if you do that, you're going to be really wealthy. But your resources are ours. And that was the model. And the CIA became the division for enforcing covert operations. Then they used the media in order to control the narrative to make people think that they were doing it for religious reason. They were a superior race. They were civilized. They were doing it for God because they're God-chosen people, whether they use Christian, weaponize religion, weaponize ideology, weaponize whatever. So, this would weaponize media, technology, military, judiciary, Senate, Congress, democracy, make people think they're voting, make people think their vote matters. When we control them, we pay the politicians. We've rigged every single election around the world. And we're led to believe that America's not rigging their own election. This power structure rigs every election because the goal is that you have to be our bitch to this network. And so you use blackmail, you need to fund it through illegal activities, and the world suddenly makes sense, right?
Girls hate ICE because they think it's about border policy. It's not why I hate ICE. I hate ICE because while we were all arguing about politics, they were importing the software from Gaza's genocide. I'm talking about a company called Paragon Solutions. They make a spyware called Graphite, that was used to track and target Palestinians in real time. They took that exact same technology, rebranded it as Immigration OS, and then sold it to ICE to use on us. This is no longer about stopping illegal immigrants. This is about creating a digital prison for every American citizen. They're using the same digital twin technology that mapped every single person, car, and building in Gaza to create a live, real-time map of your neighborhood, your phone, your car, you. The goal has never been about security. The goal is total control. And this is the foundational system for the New World Order. It's the beast system everyone talks about, but it's not a prophecy, it's a product. It's already here. They tested it on Gaza. They saw how perfectly the AI could automate targeting, how it could remove human conscience from the equation, and just follow the code. They saw that it worked. Now, they're rolling it out on us. So don't talk to me about left or right. It's bullshit. This is about a system of technological control that's so vast, so complete that it makes all of our political opinions completely irrelevant. So while we're fighting over bullshit in politics, they've brought the AI that they built for war back to us.
Because I only watched Fox News. Then they came for the right to free speech. And I didn't care because I said what they said. Then they came for my right to freedom of religion. Now, I didn't care because they said that they followed my religion. Then they came for my right to due process. I didn't care because I wasn't an immigrant. Then they came for my right to habeas corpus. I didn't care because I wasn't in jail. And then they came for my Second Amendment rights. And the media didn't warn me, and I couldn't complain about it. And they said God wanted the government to take my weapons. Then I refused to give them up. Then they took them anyway. Then they put me in prison without a trial, without a judge. So I went to a camp in another country that I couldn't leave. And there, I met the people I used to mock. And it wasn't an accident. It was a plan.
See that? It's not an accident. It's been a plan for a long time. It's been here. Now, here's my question to people. Since we are understanding that
this is democracy,
pedophilia is real, and we know that there's kids writing letters because they're in fucking concentration camps, we're going to look at some videos where we actually see people eating, like at least they're reading about eating babies. You see what I mean, fam? These Nazi retards program. They told them, look to the left, the blue, Pizzagate, the blue, the Democrats, the blue, the blue, the blue. Vote us Reds in because they're the ones doing it. And in reality, they were just projecting because these Nazi retards were programmed to believe that their leaders were not pedophiles. And they're the ones that are pedophiliacs, eating babies, doing some weird shit. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, we're going to find out. This is not a joke. This is real. These are kids. And by the way, when there's like, you know, when he says, the white guy's like, well, you know, they took their rights, but it wasn't my rights that they took away, so it's not my problem. Once you Native Americans, all of a sudden now like, oh, in the Whipple, they're arresting us. We don't want this to happen again. What did you think it wasn't going to happen to you, you fucking idiots? I mean, seriously? Hey, whatever your name is, what's his name? Woke Seneca? Did your people not understand that this was going to happen to them too? Or are you not educating them? Because you said you've been educating them. Did you not tell them that this was going to happen to them? Or are you too busy theorizing about what possibilities are about this continent that you can't even fucking concretely show? Or are we just that kind of fucking dumb people that just want to believe in without concrete shit? Educate your people, brother. Educate your people. You're losing track of what the fuck your point was.
In 2014. In a moment, we'll be joined by a ProPublica investigative reporter who went inside for over 50 days.
I don't feel good because there's always an officer around, like bothering me. I can't go anywhere, and if I need to go to the bathroom, they won't let me because I have to go with my mom. So it's annoying, and I just have to stay in my room.
And this is 14-year-old Ariana Velasquez reading a letter she wrote while detained at Dilley. She's a high school student from Honduras who's lived in the United States with her mom for 7 years.
Hello, my name is Ariana V. I'm 14 years old and I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom and I. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They're very young and you need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to this center, all you will feel is sadness and mostly depression.
Damn, these are kids. You know what's so funny? That a lot of you motherfuckers, bro, because I've been in jail, not that I want to be there again, but I have been in jail. The worst jail that I got to was like, county and shit. But then I did like a couple months in furlough and shit, almost 3 months for some dumb shit. But that's as bad as it got. You know, it wasn't like, that's not like penitentiary shit. You know what I mean? It's not even going to like Donovan or anything like that. You know, it's not like that bad. You know what I'm saying? But even then, a lot of men get scared. Men, grown men, they're scared to go to jail, even for one fucking day. These are kids. You see why a lot of our gente, we have not been saying anything because you guys been looking up to these cracker barrels for a long fucking time. Just like Cholo, what's his name? American Cholo or Hoodstock, whatever the fuck your names are. You look up to the white man. You really want to be white. That's what it is. With your fucked up accent and all, but you still want to be white. That's why you don't see none of this. And the sad part is that this is what you voted for. Hey, American Cholo, you voted for this. You put it in your channel. You said, yes, I voted for Trump to deport these illegals, these criminals, because, us Hispanics are conservatives. Like we're Christian conservatives. Motherfucker, please, bro. How come you don't admit the shit that you've done? How come you don't actually pay for your crimes that you've done? Because you say you were a gangster, supposedly. I've never met a gangster that never did something. So it's like, for real? For real, bro? Let's go.
Those were the words of Ariana Velasquez, a 14-year-old girl from Honduras detained at Dilley. We're joined now by ProPublica investigative reporter Micah Rosenberg. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Micah. Tell us more.
Don't get me wrong, bro. I appreciate it. Like, I do. But it's like, his gente, it's like they're barely getting it, brother. Like, barely. They're like, we didn't expect this to happen. Like, what? Bro, I've been alarming people. I've been letting people know for 4 fucking years already, dude. And at least a good point. Like, for example, you guys are coming in, right? I got brothers and sisters. I've been watching this channel since the early 2022 when I only had like 5 followers. You get what I mean? So it's like, I get that you want to wobble this, wobble that, but it's like, you still got to educate your people of who your gente is. That's the goal. That's why we're here. Who are we? Like this.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
You know what I'm saying? They said that vato does speak highly both. Yeah, he's done it. Recently. And I appreciate it. Recently. Not since he started, though. If you go back to his videos, he wasn't saying that. Even in TikTok, because they took a lot of stuff down from him. Because I was looking at his videos. I said, who's stuck na raza? Even his mom, Mexican, doesn't make him. No, hell no. His mom doesn't make him raza. Sorry to say, ladies, but if you marry another nation, your kid is not raza anymore. He or she is the product of the father. Now, the only way that would come back is if you told your daughter, hey, have kids with a raza because, I don't want that lineage to leave. That's the only way. But if he's a white daddy, he's a white daddy, no matter how the fuck he looks like. You know what I mean? So, it's a good point, though. Let's go.
More about Ariana's story and the children detained at Dilley, whom you spoke to.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And I think one of the main takeaways here is that children who are at this center in the past.
Hold on. Let me fast forward this because that was more about the kids. Okay, I want to show the kids. The kids. It's important. The kids. Okay, these are our little brothers and sisters. Let's go.
As you heard, they were detained sometimes in the middle of their school years, and in some cases, they're now entrenched American lives. In the case of Ariana, she has two younger U.S. citizen brother and sister, a kindergartner and a toddler, who were not sent to the detention center. So she and her mother were separated from them.
Can you talk, Micah, about Core Civic running Dilley, and talk about who is profiting financially from the locking up of children?
Well, the operator of this facility is Core Civic, as you mentioned. It's a private prison firm that has operated ICE detention centers for many, many years. The other major private prison firm is Geo Group. And there's also other firms that run ICE detention centers. And so these are sort of long-standing companies that have worked in coordination with ICE. They say that they're subject to a number of audits and oversight, that they take health and safety as a top priority. But now there's, because of the huge amount of money that's being injected into ICE and especially into detention, these companies are set to earn more money as they expand. And there's other companies that are interested in sort of getting in the detention game. We've written about tent companies to build tent camps. They're also talking about taking over warehouses and converting those into detention facilities. And so there's a lot of companies that are sort of waiting in the wings to make more money.
Well, Micah, you've written another piece titled Investigative Piece, ICE Sent 600 Immigrant Kids to Detention in Federal Shelters This Year. It's a new record. Are you referring to 2026? And if so, if you could elaborate on that. We just have a minute.
Yes, that was a separate piece that we wrote last year, and this is sort of a separate thing that's happening where, in addition to this family detention center where parents and children are held together, there's federal shelters where kids who are unaccompanied are housed. And so what we found is that ICE arrests inside the United States, in some cases...
See that? These are kids. It doesn't matter if they're white, black, brown, yellow, whatever. They're kids. They are children. They're little ones, They're like 2 feet long or 3 feet high or 4 feet high. Some of them can barely speak. Some of them, you still need to help them wipe their butts. A lot of them depend on their parents. You're saying you don't want terrorists, but you're creating them. You don't want terrorists, but you're creating them by separation and by the way that you treat them as savages. It makes me wonder what happened to those 85,000 children that you guys separated from families, whether you're Republican or Democratic, and I don't give a fuck. Donald Trump, Biden, Donald Trump, Obama, and Bush are all in it, and Clinton as well. They're all in the fucking files of Epstein. Hold on. Let me rephrase that. Obama's not. And I don't know, Bush is, by the way, but Obama is not. You get what I mean? Let's continue.
Are separating children from their parents, and those kids are being sent alone to this network of shelters where before also usually only housed border crossers are now housing kids who have lived in the United States for many years.
Micah Rosenberg, thank you so much for joining us, investigative reporter at ProPublica.
And you know what the sad part is? That and I'm gonna call you guys out, man. A lot of you guys that have channels and shit, y'all don't want to call these people out exactly for what they fucking are, bro. You know what I mean? And hey, no offense, my family, I care for y'all, but you don't want to call them small hats, bro. Call them for what they fucking are. These are self-proclaimed Jewish people who come from a background of Khazaric, root. They are European. There is absolutely nothing Semitic about these individuals, and I just don't understand why you don't call them out for what they fucking are. I mean, shit. I think it's time that we go to court and take this to court. And it's like, listen, if I'm anti-Semitic, then what the fuck am I? Am I a Japhite or a Hamite? What am I? And are we going to use the Bible? You're going to take me to court and put me in jail because I'm anti-Semitic? Okay, sounds good. So then that means I can use the Bible. And DNA as well? What the fuck are we doing here? Because this is who they are.
Источник зла – это Бог.
не сатана. В иудаизме сатана – это и есть Бог.
There was this Israeli terrorist who found deadly biological viruses in his house. They literally released him because he had no prior record. For the people who doesn't know what the hell is going on, the US authorities raided a home in Las Vegas containing a secret biological lab holding samples of deadly viruses. The lab owner is an Israeli citizen with an visitor visa named Uri Solomon. He's 55 years old. After the inspection, biological materials were found along with 1,000 sample deadly diseases, including the HIV virus and many others that type as malaria and all of it. It was revealed that he held French passport alongside with his Israeli one. In addition, several IDs to make him move freely in the country. Surprising! He was released! Why? Because he has no prior record. Because they said the charges are still pending against him, but he still can move freely prior to his trial, as usual, because he's Israeli, we know that. And 2 police officers who became seriously ill after entering the lab of his house, and they described it as deathly ill in their reports. How much you want to bet? Now, he's going to go back to Israel and high-five his people. We got them. What the hell do you mean there was...
He said that, okay? Because he talked about COVID-19. All right, so pay attention, family. COVID-19 was not really popular until the end of 2019, okay? Around November of 2019, and I know because I got COVID the following year, the following month and a half. On November 11th, I remember Trump saying something about COVID is not a big deal, you know, we're going to contain it, yada, yada, yada. I get COVID late January, early February, and it hit me bad for like 2 weeks, okay? Now, I'm going to pause right there. Here's the interesting part. In 2019, in August, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they get, you know, arrested and they're prosecuted and, you know what I'm saying, like convicted and all that shit. In August of 2019. And then all of a sudden people get sick. Do you wonder why? Because they were in it the whole time. See, they knew, because here's the deal. Here's how Epstein got caught. You see, there's documentaries. Epstein was doing his shit with young little girls. But that was just barely like as wicked as it gets. And I know that's wicked enough. But that wasn't enough. So he was, you know, doing little girls in Florida and shit. Bring them over from like bad neighborhoods and just have them do weird shit to him, okay? He got arrested for that. But he did not get arrested for trafficking. He did not get arrested for trafficking and they find out that he's got a lot of names under him. No. He got arrested for something that he was personally doing within his wicked shit. Outside of eating babies and all that, you know what I'm saying? Outside of all of that. So what happens in 2019? He gets arrested, and in 2019, he dies. And in 2019, what do? We get COVID. All under Donald Trump. Under Donald Trump, and then Biden. But you see, Biden is not as complicated, as complicit as Donald Trump, based on what I'm reading. You get what I mean? So it's like 2019, COVID, out of nowhere. 2019, you know, the guy gets arrested. 2019, 2021, 2022, fuck, man, people are sick. And then all of a sudden, like, everybody's coming to their senses again, and da-da-da-da-da. Now we know what we see and what is going on. This guy gets caught with COVID again. So, this is my opinion. They're trying, I don't know if they accomplished it, but I think they were trying to get people sick again to distract everybody from this fucking thing that we see right in front of our face. That a lot of these neo-Nazi fucking retarded piece of shit bastards have no clue what's right in front of them because they've been so programmed and shit. You know what I mean? They really believe that their country's like the greatest. Like, let's put it this way. They're so offended. They're so flakes. They're so weak. They're so weak-minded that they get mad because we are successful people. I'll show you.
Lexus SUV. How is that possible? Integrate into the same neighborhood that I worked my entire life to get into. I don't understand it.
Here's this guy right here in his brand new Lexus.
There he is,
There
right
he
there.
is, right there. That guy right there. That's
Look at that vehicle.
Yeah, that's an immigrant.
That's an immigrant with a $100,000 Lexus.
Yeah. Brand spanking new Lexus SUV. How is that possible? Integrate into the same neighborhood that I worked my entire life to get into. I don't understand it.
Here's this guy right here in his brand new Lexus.
There he is, right there.
Right there.
That guy right there. That's a
Look at that vehicle.
See, that's what I call retards. Fully functioning individuals, and they're just fucking mad at the fact that other people are successful. It's a sad case. Now, here we go, family. Once again, I want to remind you, we're going to stick to the topic. Nazi retards are programmed. Do you want to know why? Because look, and this is for an example. I don't care about their political shit, but I think it's important for us to understand what exactly they're saying. Because I'm going to show you some examples. So this is interesting. You know, and I think it's great for us to realize and see exactly who they are. Watch this real quick, okay? So this is Midas Touch, Trump top aide gets exposed under cross-examination hearing, okay? So watch this real quick. Listen to what they're asking them, okay? These are the top heads that are running the immigration, the whole bullshit, right? And they're asking them, hey, man, are you guys really following the law? Are you guys pulling over, U.S. citizens and shit? Because we keep hearing that you guys are pulling over U.S. citizens, all right? And watch this. Watch this. Again, it takes a really retarded person to believe that, because Fox is going to tell these retards, we check everybody. We don't pull over U.S. citizens, okay? Watch what we're going to listen to.
Prosecutor, watch this cross-examination of the head of ICE, or the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Let's play this clip.
Now, you are aware, of course, and there's numerous well-documented instances of people, American citizens, being asked to show and prove their citizenship. Do you know what other regimes in the 20th century required similar proof of citizenship?
Yes, sir.
What?
So there's various nefarious regimes that did that.
Is Nazi Germany one?
Yes, but
is the Soviet Union one?
I honestly,
sir, I'm asking the questions. Is the Soviet Union one?
Yes, sir. But I totally. This is the wrong type of question.
I'll tell you what the wrong type of thing is. Sir, it's my
Holocaust
time.
Museum.
Reclaiming my time, sir.
If you want to
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
It's not the men and women of ICE that are out there doing it every day.
They're like, yo, listen, what is the similarities between the things that you guys are doing and the other people are doing? But he didn't present it that way. He kind of, asked him, hey, what about that? And his natural answer was like, yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I didn't mean that. His natural response, like, yeah, that shit is, hold on a second. No, it's not. No, we're not Nazis.
So to say that the men and women of ICE can stop
Mr. Chairman,
us,
I'm reclaiming my time. I would like my time back, please. Please give me another 15 seconds because he was unnecessarily speaking. You said in your...
Then we have Democratic Congress member Swalwell cross-examining the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Play this clip.
3. None. How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than one?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us if I hope at least one person has been fired for their conduct since these operations have begun? Are you telling us you can't even say one person's been fired?
Sir, I'm not going to talk about personnel actions, but we will get back to you.
But 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Then I like this questioning over here from Congresswoman McIver, who herself...
You consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh, okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many government...
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will suspend.
Chairman?
A gentlelady will suspend. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important to ones that members feel deeply about.
Thank you.
While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum and debate. The witnesses are here voluntarily, And I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right?
It's true. They always want to bring religion to their conversations. Let's continue.
But let me continue on. I got your notes.
All right, the gentlelady may
Thank you so
resume.
much. Let me get back.
Next, you have more cross-examination by Congressmember Swalwell right here. Play the clip.
Director Lyons, last year you said in Phoenix at the Border Security Expo that you wanted to see a deportation.
Again, we're looking at the lies, family. We're looking at the lies, okay? They're saying no, 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 no. Watch what I'm going to show you some shit real quick.
Process that was like, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings. Mr. Lyons, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a mom 3 times in the face?
None, sir. But you're also...
It's the square root of 0. That's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but if we're going to go down that route of my comment, I did say that comment. However, that comment was taken out. If you go back and watch the video, I did say that we need to be more efficient when it comes to removing individuals from the United States, because ICE doesn't detain punitively. We detain to remove. I don't want to see people in custody. At the end of my statement was, again, to your point, it was a industry day for AI and efficiencies. But I did say at the end of it, but we deal with human beings, so we can't be like them.
And speaking
That's
of
the
human,
key part that you're leaving out.
Well, speaking of human beings, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a nurse 10 times in the back?
None.
How many times has Amazon Prime dragged a woman out of her car by her hair and then dragged her down the street?
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you.
None. Again, I am just simply proving a point. It's not political. Just listen to look at them with their combed hair and their suits and their white shirts, expensive. Each one of those suits probably costs around $1,000 to $2,000, right? And none of us would ever spend money on shit like that. Even if I had the money, I still wouldn't do it, fam. I'm just not like that, man. You know, I don't wear no watches. I don't have no necklaces. Like, I don't give a shit about that shit. That doesn't mean I'm broke. You understand what I mean? I don't care about materialistic stuff at all. Never have, never will. But look at them. Little dress, the little penis hanging down their neck, you know, all that weird shit, right? Okay. And they're saying, no, we follow the law. All right. Esau, you're being exposed.
That data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than one?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us?
Then Democratic Congressmember Lou Correa cross-examined the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons. Let's play this clip.
Cool.
To you, family. I was driving in the car earlier today, and you know, I was listening to some of these things, and I was listening to them going back and forth with the AG, the district attorney, or who was she? Pam Bondi, whatever the fuck her title is. And I'm listening to that shit, and you know, I started kind of crying a little bit. My wife looks at me, she's like, "Why are you crying over this?" I said, "I'm not crying. I'm just so upset that we really believed these people to be that superior. A lot of our gente really believed it. Had we had the opportunity to go to these colleges and you know, like these spaces where they had the chance to be, we would not be listening to them. That's why I played the video earlier. In case you guys didn't catch it, matter of fact, I'm going to play it right now. In case you didn't catch it, I played this earlier today. Is it this one? Which one is it? Hold on, not that one. No, not that one either. I think it was this one. I played this right here. I want you to listen to this because I thought it was important. I don't really care who says the message, but I think the message is important. Y'all need to start looking at this, fam, because this is true. I'm telling you right now, this is fucking true. In my industry, in my field, family, let me say this to you, man. You got Withertons and Witherspoons and Forrest Gumps and, you know, Hendersons and MacGyvers and shit trying to compete with me, and they can't even handle it because we are just better than them overall. Do you understand that? And I want you to understand that that's who you are too. You just didn't have the chance to prove yourself. Or at least the example of brothers and sisters or parents that actually understood what was going on, because for a long time we believed that we were nobodies. We believed in what they taught us. Savages, stupid-ass Mexicans, beaners, wetback spics, drug dealers, tecatos and shit. You know what I mean? All that kind of crap. We believed it. Maybe a few of y'all didn't, but a lot of us believed it. But here's the real fact.
Do not let people think you do not belong. Because I promise you, once you sit at these tables, at these fancy places, with folks with fancy titles, and they got a big bank account, and you talk to them, and you go, oh,
Yeah.
they ain't all that,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, sir.
This idea that somehow they are so special, they're so smart, they're so sophisticated, not really. They've been exposed. They've been given the confidence of feeling like they belong. But if you sit down and talk to them, turns out they just folk.
See what I'm saying, family? He just said it a nice way. They're just retards. That's what it is. Hold on a second. Let me tell you guys. Let's continue, you fucking disgusting bastards.
People, young people asking me, what do I have to carry with me so I won't be deported? Is, Mr. Lyons, carrying a passport, is that enough so they won't be detained or deported in my district?
Sir, an American citizen shouldn't carry or shouldn't feel the need to carry.
Let me tell you what.
Remember what he said. American citizens shouldn't feel the need to carry these things, okay? Remember.
Some of your ICE agents have done. They pulled over a gentleman in a pickup truck, showed his passport, they threw it to the side, detained him. What do we have to do to show that we're American citizens?
Sir, no American citizen falls under Title VIII. No American citizen will be arrested for being an American citizen.
But you just said to my colleague that nobody has been fired because of violations of the law for disciplinary actions, yet this is happening in my district. Mr. Lyons, we're a very boring district. We work hard, mind our own business. ICE in our streets now. People are terrorized. American citizens. Number of cases of Americans being detained, being taken in, some being held for 5 days. Sir.
More exchange is taking.
So here's where I'm going to pause because we can go further and further. They're just lying, right? They're lying because check it out. This is how I know they're lying. Because this happened not too long ago.
What's going on? Do you have your ID? Yeah, what do you hit me for?
We're citizens. There's no reason to carry them. What's your badge numbers? Actually, as a federal officer, you are obligated to give me your name and badge number if you are doing something.
I think TikTok is lied to you.
But also the back plate.
Hold on, wrong button. Sorry, my bad. He said, I think TikTok has been lying to you. And she said to them, actually, as a federal agent, you're obligated, right? And it's technically true because that's what the the judge actually said that recently. Hold on.
Obligated to give me your name and badge number if you are doing something.
I think TikTok is lied to you. And
the judge is TikTok. You see what I'm saying, family? We are surrounded by retarded ass motherfucking program Nazis. Surrounded by retarded cracker barrels. Bro, listen, y'all been lied to, white people, dear white folks. I don't feel sorry for y'all at all. I think you're really stupid and your IQ level is not as high as you made it seem like. You know, you kind of like set up this game, like Monopoly, let's say like Monopoly, right? And that's kind of like your game. Like, we're not familiar with it, right? You know what I'm saying? But that's your game. It's like us saying, hey, white folks, why don't you get into boxing? Why don't you go hand-to-hand combat with us in boxing and see if you can beat us? See, Raza knows you can't because we'll whoop your ass. So let's just say it like this. You guys create a monopoly to your benefit because we're like, wait a minute. We're not interested in trying to take advantage of everything. But see, that's your spirit. So you're like, no, that's how we play. We want to gain everything. We're like, well, I don't want to gain everything. I just want to gain certain things. That's why typically I never won because I wasn't interested in owning the whole fucking Monopoly fucking game board. My mindset as a kid, I was like, I think these 4, 5, 7, 12, 15 buildings will be good enough. And I saw everybody like getting more and more and they're like slowly taking my shit. And I would always lose. You see, because I wasn't interested in like that great gatherer that has nothing, that doesn't leave nothing behind. So they created a game that they knew they could win. Now they're not in that realm no more, family. and they're showing their real skirts. So all of these, oh no, we follow the law and we're just, you know what I'm saying? We're so uptight and I mean, we're so conservative and we believe in Jesus. Fuck no, bro. Y'all believe in Satan. I believe that now. And this is how I know, because you're fucking liars, because you're saying to these people that technically have oversight over you, you're saying to them, no, we're not pulling U.S. citizens over. Not at all. That's not happening. They said it throughout the whole video, right? Okay, let's listen into this.
But also the back plate, and that plate did not come up in any system.
So the actual police officer was telling you that he couldn't locate the plate in the system?
Yes.
Wow.
You can help build the only independent news outlet always on the ground with the...
We are speaking with a resident who has experienced that reign of terror firsthand. Welcome, Nadine.
Hello. Thank
you. So
you.
I want you to walk us all through what happened. I've seen the video. So you were basically parked at the side of a road when an ICE vehicle rear-ended you.
Go up front. They've got all these masked officers. This vehicle, that one back there hit us because they've got 3 vehicles cornering us in. Everybody's wearing masks and hiding. They took my husband's papers, even though he's a citizen, trying to demand to know what, well, you guys heard it, how long he's been a citizen, where he's from, even though citizenship, they have no right to check.
And that U.S. citizens do not get searched. The man said, I'm a U.S. citizen. They're like, nope, you have an accent. It's like me, let's say I'm Border Patrol, right? I'll play devil's advocate. I'm Border Patrol. And I pull over somebody that looks like American Cholo. You know, that little short-ass Honduran motherfucker? He's like 5'6" and shit. He's like, hey, let me see your driver's license, you know, and registration and shit. And he's like, you know, with his little fucking paisa accent. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sir. Well, wait, hold on a second. Are you a U.S. citizen? Like, why would you ask me that? Because you have an accent. I have to know. You know what I mean? It's no different, fam. It's no different. But you see, here's where the self-hatred, the lack of self-reflection, the lack of awareness, the lack of knowing your audience, you know what I'm saying? It's like the lack of like understanding what your root was. Supposedly, this American Cholo dude started a side step. I just really dislike the shit that he said. He started the channel because supposedly negros were like banging on the street vendors. And then he goes and supports the white people that passed the laws to really bang on street vendors. I mean, you have to be a very stupid Hondureño or a very smart one to know when it's time to switch ships.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Let's go.
Yeah, somebody said me. What's going on?
Do you have your ID?
Yeah, what do you hit me for?
We're citizens. There's no reason to carry them.
This is my status that I'm getting my passport reading.
That's okay. Do you have ID?
Yeah, but I need his information. He just hit my car.
Okay. Just 1 minute, all right?
Yeah, we need all the insurance information because you guys are damaging our vehicle. So they come up and they ignore me completely, demand papers from my husband, who is Latino.
Say this to you, family, right now that wants to marry these white women. Listen to what she said, okay?
You guys are damaging our vehicle. So they come up and they ignore me completely, demand papers from my husband, who is Latino.
You hear that? They ignored me completely and demand papers from my husband. So she's like, I'm white. Why would they disrespect me? I'm white. Can't you tell I'm amigo? Well, they checked my husband, you know, and I know he's not white like me. You see that, fam? Why do you marry these other women? Why do you marry into these other nations that have no respect for you? They never will. Matter of fact, they'll raise your children to believe in their shit. Because I know raza, so this is where you guys fuck up. You marry women like, I don't know, white, black, Asian, Filipinos, whatever the fuck you marry, and then you expect them to raise your children to know your history. And you don't even know your own history. So you think they're going to teach them your history? They're going to teach them their history. Then you wonder why the Bible always repeats itself.
know, and
Ignorance is bliss.
And I was like, we don't need to show them to you because we are citizens. And they proceeded to have no idea how to interpret the paperwork he gave them. He had a driver's license with the real ID. Right. He had a global entry card and
a driver's license with the real ID. You know what that means? The real ID is supposed to be your fucking like international passport. Isn't that what it's supposed to work like? Oh, but hold on a second. No. It's because he was a fucking Hispanic looking. Like she said, they didn't even listen to me. But my Hispanic brother, my Hispanic husband, they had to check him. Bitch, please. So there's a. I'll tell you what. If this dude divorces this broad, you know what she'll say? Fuck you, you fucking Mexican beaner, wetback spick. I'm telling you right now, fam. My sister did it. And you know what she married? A guy named George, supposedly rich. Fuck no. Fuck you, George. Your name is Reich. George Reich. And his two little kids. David and Ari and shit. George Reich and Ari Reich and David Reich. They are my sister's seeds. You know, like, they're not our people. And see, I knew that in 2016. That's why I haven't talked to them since then. Because that's who he ran for. He voted for Trump. And he told me he's going to hang out with his Iranian friends, even though we knew him for years. And you know what the sad part is now? My sister has had like 3 strokes. I was going to say the bitch. Well, fuck it. The bitch is about to die. And you know what? I'm sorry, man. I don't feel sorry for her. I really don't. But she voted for Trump too. And like my mom even said, you know what my mom said was so funny? She said, as soon as you stop talking to George, he started getting into accidents. He broke his knee. Now he can't drive. He's disabled. She got sick. I was like, hey, you know, I don't know. I was friendly with him, and when he went there, I didn't want to talk to him no more. This was in 2016, by the way. It didn't take me 2021 or 2022 or 2023 to figure the fuck out. I knew that shit 10 years ago. You know what that means? That means that, like, I'm a good judgment of character. Like, I can tend to discern bullshit, you know? And I saw it a long time ago. We're almost done with this video, by the way.
The form that they give you when you renew your passport, because you have to turn in your old passport before you get the new one. And in the meantime, to already know.
I have a much U.S. citizen. I'm not a U.S. citizen. Yes. Yeah. So that's like the American passport. Oh, okay. And I give them like the actual number on the paper because that's what they email me back.
Yeah, they give you a card whenever you naturalize, right?
No, you get just your passport. You get your you get a naturalization, and then after that you can just get your U.S. passport. On you, though? No, because you have to send it in to get it renewed. So the form that I gave them is the actual number that they gave me back.
Spanish, bro. You fucking idiots. Listen, this is how come I did this live and shit, and that's why I'm not going to be done for about probably another hour, and then we'll be done. It's because I really realized Nazi retards are programmed. I'm going to tell you how come they're programmed. This is, listen, fam, look, if I don't agree with my siblings, if I don't agree with my brother, if I don't agree with none of that stuff, like, I'm okay with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm fine, whatever. Bro, you guys are retards. You guys are you are mentally sick. These people are literally Nazi retards are programmed. They're mentally sick, fam. Remember I told you they need a soft space? They need a safe space. Like my son, he's disabled and he's really disabled. We need to create a safe space for him every time there's like issues. So when there's like something that we know that he cannot do, we have to create a safe space to kind of lure him into being okay with that. You get what I mean? Watch this. This is... Hey, American Cholo, you voted for this shit, didn't you? Come on, Hoodstock. Y'all voted for this. Nino. Y'all voted for this. Are you happy now? Your own MAGA shot his daughter.
A MAGA father unalived his own daughter in the name of Donald Trump. Oh, you didn't hear about this story? Well, it just broke yesterday, Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. Do you know when the incident occurred? January of 2025. Why are we just hearing about this story now? Let's get into it. Meet Lucy Harrison. This is her father, Chris Harrison. Lucy resides in the UK with her boyfriend. Chris resides in the United States in Texas. Lucy has two other half-sisters that live with Chris. So Lucy and her boyfriend decide to go visit the father in Texas. The two have two completely different political views. Lucy's on the left. Chris is a MAGA nut. Now, being in a mixed political family, me being a lefty, my family being MAGA nuts, there's arguments. There's no talking to these people.
No. Don't get me wrong. Listen to me. Listen to me, my friend. First of all, it takes a retard to get programmed. Do you get what I mean? It takes a retard to get programmed. So it takes an idiot to get programmed. So we don't disagree. No, I think you just misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not excusing them, bro. No, I'm saying that Nazi retards technically, actually, before I did this thumbnail, I wasn't going to use R. I was going to use need. Nazi retards need programming. That was the initial thumbnail. So that's why I think that's where you and I misunderstood each other. Because I'm not excusing them. Fuck no. They are retards, idiots already. And those guys need programming. That's what I mean. Let's continue though.
It's always a screaming match, with them putting their fingers in their ears and running away because they're snowflakes. So Lucy had a lot of questions for her father and why he voted for Donald Trump. One of the questions were, she asked her father, how would you feel if I was SA'd? And you know what the father's reply was? I have two other daughters.
What? Did you hear that shit? Like what? Hold on a second. No, I don't even know which button to use, bro. No, not that one. No, not that one.
Made by claiming.
No, oh, this one.
I'm not arrogant. I'm on a power trip. I'm in a total commitment against evil. I'm pouring out my guts, my soul, my family, everything I've got committed to this, and I will not have pieces of fucking shit lie about me and say I'm not true. I will fucking destroy you, scum, all of you.
That's Alex Jones. Hold on, he's not done.
I'm a traitor when they're scumbag Benedict Arnolds.
Hey, by the way, Kakasha, you look like that guy.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
Bro. Just saying, bro. You look like that guy. You're like a... hold on.
I'm not...
You're like a... I think you look like Alex Jones, bro. And you know what? I've said it, Brad. Darwinism is taking effect. Okay, Darwinism or the Bible, either one of them is taking effect. Hey, what up? Jeremias, buenos dias. Hold on a second, brother. My friend, I have to call you, man. I'm going to call you tomorrow. I promise. Or at least tomorrow or the next. I'm not going to forget. I'm going to call you tomorrow. I haven't talked to you in like a while, dude. Hope you're well, man. Let's continue.
So if you were SA'd, I got two other ones, so it really wouldn't upset me. So after that argument, Chris takes his daughter by the hand in front of the boyfriend, pulls her into the bedroom, and shuts the door. Seconds later, you hear a pop. That's when the boyfriend enters the room, sees Chris handling the weapon, and his girlfriend unalived on the floor. Now this next part is going to infuriate you, because Chris is walking free till this day. That's right. A Collin County grand jury in Texas declined to indict Chris Harrison on criminal charges, finding insufficient evidence for prosecution. The kicker is, it was found that he was drunk, handling a firearm. That was his case. He said he didn't mean to do it because he was drunk. Since Lucy resides in the UK did their own investigation, and this is what they came up with. Cheshire Coroner's Court in the UK officials ruled that Lucy had been unlawfully unalive as part of a formal inquest into her death. The coroner described the handling of the handgun as reckless and noted evidence of alcohol consumption by the father on the day of the shooting. There's so much to digest here. So much.
Oh, is that an excuse when you're drinking and driving and you kill somebody? I don't think so. If you are drinking and driving and you kill someone, you cannot get away with, I was drunk. I didn't know what I did. No. Like, all right, man, shit. Hey, listen. I think Texas is just like, it don't matter. You know, matter of fact, you'll probably get away with a crime if you're drunk in Texas. So if you guys want to go be criminals, go to Texas and drink and then get caught. You may get away with it. Now, this video right here is fucking funny, and I'm going to show you some shit out of this because you have to understand. Like, remember, this guy is from the Half-Baked movie. He's from Half-Baked. And I just thought it was funny because, you know, again, they're barely getting it, and it's okay. I'm using them as an example of retardation. You know, it's like idiots need to be programmed, like the brother said. We don't disagree, not at all, and I'm not making excuses for them. Let's continue.
Speaking of the Matrix, I'm not touching the files. I'm not touching the Epstein files, and I'll tell you why. Everyone and their mother, you haven't seen nothing yet. That's number one. And this is all part of the circus. Why are they releasing part of it, not all of it? You know how many of these images that I saw personally many years ago? And you know how many times I sat there and I watched people watching certain TV shows and have a clueless. Like my kids will watch TV. They used to watch Ellen DeGeneres, right? And I'd go, you ever notice, I go, you know what Epstein's Island? You ever notice her background set looks just like the island? And they're like, Dad, you're such a conspiracy theorist. Every conspiracy theorist out there right now, all I'm going to say is, if you never believed in them, you better start talking to them, because the ones that already knew about this, I'm telling you right now, this is just wave number one. I don't know what they got lined up, but I'll tell you this. You okay over there? I'm just going to tell you this. From my standpoint, I've been praying to God for a very long time that humanity will start to be aware of this, no matter how horrifying it's going to be. In my honest opinion, it's about time that some humanity understands pure demonic evil truly exists, and it's in your society, and it's your politicians, left, right, Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative, all of them, they're not your heroes. They're not your heroes. You're rock stars. You're not your heroes. You're athletes, the owners. You haven't seen, this is, you're just getting the tip of an iceberg. And I'm not sure if some of you are ready for what's about to come. And this is what gets exhausting sometimes. When you know this and you tell it to people, and because they don't want to, they ask and they don't want to hear that information after they ask it because it's too much for them, they'll lash out at you and they'll call you a name, or they'll call you a whack job, or they'll call you a conspiracy, or a stoner, or you're just whatever they want to call you. You know what it's like seeing tweets? You know, years ago, I'd see certain comedians put out tweets talking about pedophilia and talking about, Christy Teigen, she put right out there tweets. She took them all down. Tweets that she basically telling you what she's into. This has been going on in your face for so long. And this is why I tell you it's all noise. The ice.
All right, so let me show you what he's talking about. Let me show you what he's talking about. This bitch right here with this fucking Canaanite. Chrissy. Moabites, Canaanites, Moabites love to eat anything. They'll eat anything. Yeah, they'll even eat fucking humans and shit. Watch this. They'll eat kids. I'm going to jail over pizza. Seeing little girls do the splits half naked is just It's 3 dots, stupid ass. I want to put myself in jail. Yes, that's what he's talking about. They've been saying this shit. I'm about to Anthony Weiner this kid. 936, 612, 22, 2011. I just saw a baby that looked like a porn star. Now, remember, keep in mind that from 2008, 9, 10, 11, and 12, people were going through a lot of struggle with their homes and loans and income. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was involved in all that. I was doing loans from 2004 through 2012. So when I'm looking at these dates, it's what I'm saying. It's like they prep everybody for everything when there's some crazy shit that's about to come out. Like, no. Let me get you distracted with your money or your family or your sickness. I'm about to Anthony Weiner this kid. This is that Moabite, Filipino ass. How come you Filipinos don't call these people out? Are you guys that fucking nasty and shit? Are you that scared? You don't want to call your own people out? She's eating fucking babies, bro. I just saw a baby that looked like a porn star. What the fuck? What? Wait. You know what bothered me the most? Which one out of this one? This one was the one right here. Seeing little girls do the splits, because I have a little baby girl that she's like very flexible and she does the splits all the time and stuff like that, right? So it's like when I read this, I'm like, wow. I'm so glad I protect my children, man. And I told my daughter, she's 22, and she's like, she like, I told her, aren't you happy I showed you all that show? And she's like, you mean Law and Order? Yeah, we saw all the series, every single one, from 1 all the way through 2018, to the 18th. And then after that, we just stopped. Because I showed her, like, listen, there's a lot of weird ass shit out there, baby. Please be mindful. I just saw a baby that looked like a porn star, like a trashy do anything porn star. Is this wrong to think? I'm bored. Really want to watch kids give birth. How come you Filipinos don't call your people out? Are you too stuck on eating everything? How come you Negroes never call this bitch out? She married one of your fucking kind. Oh, that's right, because you about the P. Diddy. You motherfuckers stayed quiet throughout the P. Diddy shit. You Negroes didn't say shit either while P. Diddy was doing his thing. All of a sudden, he's getting arrested like, oh, well, I know all about P. Diddy. Fuck you. You were just like them, Canaan. Sodom and Gomorrah. All over again. You dirty motherfucking bastards. I hope you rot. I hope you rot in hell. Not in jail, in hell. Where can I watch teens giving birth? MTV? I mean, that doesn't make sense, but I'll try. Hold on. Hey, you little Filipino. It's always weird. It always weirds me out how strong little toddlers' tummies can look. I am aware of how absolutely disturbing that sounds. What? She married an African American. You know what I mean? A Negro. You know, the ones that claim to be like originals from this land. Y'all are disgusting. No different. It's Kevin Shockey. Nah, he just said the cleanest and best pleasure is to have. Hold on. Nah, I don't even know who this is. Nah, he just said the cleanest and best pleasure is to have sex with a 13-year-old. Up until that, Christine, whatever the fuck your name is, and married to the West African Negro that claims to be a Negro, even though he's light-skinned and shit. How come you Negros never called his ass out? What's going on with you black folks, man? Y'all are just P. Diddy shit too, huh? You're all over this fucking place, aren't you? Oh, all of a sudden now you guys are like the chosen people of God. Fuck no, bro. You're exposing yourself just like these Canaanites. I'm sorry, these Edomites. I meant it together. It says here, Chrissy Teigen deleted tweets asserts that the best pleasure she's experienced is engaging in intimate acts with kids 13 years and younger. That's why he was saying, like, do you not know what she was saying? Do you not know? You guys not paying attention?
This has been going on in your face for so long. And this is why I tell you it's all noise. The ICE, we're for ICE. And talking about, Christy Teigen, she put right out there tweets. She took them all down. Tweets that she basically telling you what she's into. This has been going on in your face for so long.
Hey, listen, by the way, fam, you guys can ask me questions. I don't mind. I will answer them. By all means, please do, bro. Just wondering, are we supposed to pray for God's enemies or our enemies? Okay, let me ask you, James Newton, what do you think we are supposed to do? Before I answer your question, I think it's only proper that I understand what your mindset is. Because I know where mine is at. And everybody in this channel understands where my mindset is at. So where's your mindset? What do you think? You asked me, James Newton. Now I'm asking you. I know it's not always common. It's not the best way to answer a question with a question. But I need to know, first of all, where you come from to understand your question. See, like, questions don't pop out of your mind. There's a purpose behind your question. So let's get to the purpose behind your question. What do you think? Are we supposed to pray for our enemies? And then also at the same time, are we supposed to pray for God's enemies or our enemies? Who are God's enemies? And who are our enemies? And how would you differentiate the two? Let's continue what you think about that thought.
And this is why I tell you it's all noise. The ICE, we're for ICE, we're against ICE. It's all manufactured, folks, to keep your eyes off of what they're going over here. Are you going to protest now? What are you going to do now? Just get angry and upset? What are you doing? What are you going to do with this information? Is anyone going to protest for children? Is anyone going to storm to the White House and drag people out of there? Is anyone going to start organizing and saying, we're taking over the world now? What are you going to do about it? Or are we still worried about left and the right and the Democrats and the Muslims? And it's all just well-planned, designed to take your morality out of you. You better get right with God, man. That's your only hope. I don't care what you said. And I'm not religious. I'm not what you call born again. I'm telling you, you better get right with God, love, consciousness, whatever it is.
You see, now they're trying to figure it out. You see how Esau's starting to be like, well, I guess the stuff that we believed in wasn't really the things we should believe in. In God, we remember the whole dollar bill? In God we trust. They're realizing that G-O-D is not the G-O-D that they thought about. That's gold, oil, and drugs. That's that whole Kabbalah shit, that Freemasonry, like I've been teaching y'all for a while. Who created this so-called institution or constitution or, I don't know, corporation? I guess that's the best way to put it. By the way, James, I'm still waiting for your answer.
Because you have no clue what's on the way. And until you tap out of this madness of watching the television. And did anyone watch the Oscars? Was it the Oscars? What was on? Did anyone watch the Grammys? Why? Who's sitting there going, I'm so glad they won an award. Is there seriously something wrong with you? Oh my God, what part of what's really funny, you know how many pedophiles in that room? And they're the ones going, we need to support the anti-ICE, the people, and we can't have people coming in here and creating more pedophilia and stealing children. We're against it. You know how many pedophiles in the room are talking about that? They put the tweets out. They're out there for you to look at. Go look at Christy Teigen's tweets. Go look at your most famous people's tweets. It's all out.
We just saw her tweets, and we known about P. Diddy. This is why it's sad, fam, because like a lot of you guys were just like I don't know, bro. Y'all were caught up in the bullshit. Let me show you this real quick, bro. You guys think this is funny? It's not fucking funny, man. This is a website called Cannibal Club. Wherever, oh my God, this is crazy. Wherever a taboo is broken, something good happens, something vitalizing. Henry Miller, he says in this website, specializing in the preparation of human meat, Cannibal Club brings the cutting edge of experimental cuisine to the refined palates of LA's culture elite. Voila. Basically saying they eat human meat and they really make it like really good. Listen, fam, I know how to cook. So I know what this means. Our master chefs hail from around the world for the opportunity to practice their craft free of compromise and unbound by convention. It's kind of like that movie I saw the other day where this guy invited a bunch of white people to his restaurant and he started chopping them up. I don't remember the movie, but it was really interesting. Our exclusive clientele, exclusive Epstein, Trump, and all that shit, you know what I mean? Christy Teigen, you know, all that goodness. You know, all you cracker barrels, all you Negro affiliacs, all you pedophiliacs, all you pederasts, all you Camadarists, all you, Canaanites, Sodomites, all that shit. That's why I've been attacking Anglo and Saxons, Canaanites, African Americans, West Africans predominantly, and those Amaleks, you know, those convert Khazars and shit. And this is the only channel that's been doing that shit. No one else gets at them like I do. Hold on, I'm not done. Our exclusive clientele includes noted filmmakers, intellectuals, and celebrities who have embraced the Enlightenment, ideas of free expression and rationalism. On event nights, avant-garde day performance artists, celebrated literal figures, and groundbreaking musicians entertain our guests. At the Cannibal Club, we celebrate artistic excellence as the natural and inevitable expression on unbridled human spirit, meaning the next evolution. So you see, kind of like that, you know, like kind of like Dracula. Dracula lives forever because he drinks human blood. And that's why these guys are getting younger, because they're actually eating human blood. They're drinking. Listen, the Bible says life is in the blood. The Bible says it. I don't even have to say it. But I've done it on classes. I don't even have to show you all the verses, bro. If you watch this channel, then you should know what I'm talking about. And you probably say, oh, this guy's extreme. I don't give a flying fuck what you think I'm extreme about. All I'm saying is, bro, listen, y'all are fucking, you don't understand the bigger picture. I hope you do by now.
Que comía carne humana. Yo comí carne humana una vez, pero de verdad.
Ah, María.
Yo comí carne humana y Kike y yo comimos carne humana en un lugar en el Marruecos español que se llamaba, una ciudad que se llama Shawen.
En aquella...
La ciudad santa.
Estaban filmando una película.
Estábamos filmando La Corona Negra. Y nos invitó, uno de esos moros notables nos invitó, y este tipo le gustaba comer carne humana, pero yo no lo sabía, y nos dio a comer. A mí me gustó, era una cosa como dulzona, una carne extraña, y pregunté, y así me dijeron, carne humana, antropófaga.
Eso sí lo reconoces.
No, pero no voluntariamente. Antropófaga, no voluntariamente.
I ate humans, but I didn't do it voluntarily, but I enjoyed it. What the fuck does that even mean? For real? Really? Hey, what up, brother? How you doing, man? I saw you posting, man, earlier. I just didn't get to you, man. Hold on a second. Who else did I miss? Galameshi. Oh, that's right. Lintonero! Flying by and dropping bombs. I like that shit. I think that's what you're saying. Okay, so maybe not. But anyways, you never confirmed it. What up, Chris? Yeah, it is Pizzagate. Technically. But not like how we knew it. Ugo J9T, Shalom. I think you're new. Maybe I've seen you before. I don't remember, man, but welcome to the channel. James Newton. Shaka Brew, Shaka. Okay, so me han dicho que la carne de los mayates les brinca cuando les ponen el... Well, hold on a second, bro. Like, I asked you a question earlier, bro. You asked me, just wondering, are we supposed to pray for God's enemies or our enemies? I asked you, who is God's enemies and who is our enemies? Can you at least answer that, brother? Please. You know what I mean? Before we move forward. Can you get me that answer? Can you give me that answer? Let's continue though, man, because it's crazy. This is nuts. And it's not even ending there. Oh, hold on a second. No, I don't want to play it here. Watch this real quick. Watch this real quick. This is nuts. Oh, okay. I guess I gotta play it. Wait, hold on. Shut up. Hold on a second, family. I gotta play it right here. Oh, I know why. I see how it works. Boom, boom, boom. Here it goes. All right. No. You see, this is what. You see what I'm saying, bro? This is why I'm talking to you in this matter. Because you asked me a question. Just wondering, are we supposed to pray for God's enemies or our enemies? So I asked you to better answer your question. Who is God's enemies and who is our enemies? It's my question. Remember, brother, lawyer regulate and deregulate to sue their head needs. No. Listen to my question. Okay? Don't evade it. Just pay attention to what you're asking. Just wondering. Because you said just wondering. That's saying like, I don't really know. You know, I'm kind of curious. Are we supposed to pray for God's enemies or our enemies? So I ask you, who is God's enemies and who is our enemies? And when you say, are we supposed to pray for them? When you say praying like as in asking God to forgive them? You see what I mean? Like it's not a clear question. So be more specific. Let's continue.
Months ago, we covered the chilling story of Gabriela Rico Jimenez, the young Mexican model who vanished after a public breakdown in Monterrey. She screamed about elite rituals, human sacrifices, and names that seemed impossible at the time. But now it's 2026 and a massive new drop of over 3 million Epstein documents just hit the public. Is Gabriela finally being vindicated? Let's look at what she said then versus what the files say now. In 2009, Gabriela was filmed outside a hotel, barefoot and frantic. She claimed she had attended a party connected to the elite model agency, a gathering of powerful businessmen and politicians. She didn't just mention local names, she shouted about world leaders including former President George W. Bush and spoke of witnessing horrific acts.
Quiero mi libertad. Niño, después fue príncipe de la casa de Alemania, de la reina de Escocia, de la reina de Inglaterra. Así es. Así es. ¿Qué cuándo? Así me querías ver. Pues aquí estoy, mírame. Mírame bien. Mírame bien. Quiero que le den la máxima sentencia. Y de aquí, Escocia, y Rusia, y todos los países, toda la ONU, deben... Primero, Murillo no debió haber muerto aquí.
Back then, the authorities dismissed her as having a mental breakdown and she was never seen again. Fast forward to today. The January 2026 release of the Epstein...
Okay, so let me give you the answer, because I appreciate you to forgive us for... I mean, like, there's a difference between our enemies and God. Do you see the difference? No, there's no difference. To forgive us for the stumbling block we may have caused through words and actions or lack of. Have you figured out Moses and Abraham being Gentiles, or have you ever researched the converse? No, Moses and Abraham were not Gentiles. Wait, hold on. James, let me ask you a question. Where are you hearing this shit from? Because you've been here before, bro. And now I am starting to wonder, like, where are you serving to? Or were you secretly kind of waiting for this moment to say what you're going to say? Because some people wait several lives. They'll wait like a whole month to really express themselves. I understand that shit. Trust and believe, bro. I remember a lot of shit. I'm an elephant, man. I'm not an elephant, man. I am an elephant, my man. Like, I don't forget shit. For whatever reason, whatever you guys post, I keep it in my mind. It doesn't go away. So Moses is not a convert. Neither is Abraham. So I don't understand what your question is. But if we go back to the beginning, and I'll say it like this, because you never give me an answer, okay? So I'll give you an answer. Because you're talking about, like, well, you know, who is God's enemies and who is our enemies? No. See, here's the problem. God's enemies is our enemies. That's why the Most High Creator said, vengeance is mine. That's why he said, don't take it upon yourselves to go fucking be vengeful. He said the total opposite. He said the total opposite. You see, what I think a lot of you guys that watch this channel, you guys feed into my speech, like, I don't know, my passion, whatever, like, you know, the anger, I don't know, whatever you think it is, my warrior spirit, and you think that it's like, oh, we're gonna go, no, bro. I speak this way because I defend my people. I love my gente. And what used to be my enemy, which was my gente, is my family, my beloved now. You see, these other nations made me believe that my people were my enemy. They made me believe that they were my friends and my neighbors were my enemy, even though they put me next to my neighbors and then told me they were my enemies. Here's what it says, just to remind you. It says, Wisdom of Solomon 18:7. So of thy people was accepted both the salvation of the righteous, which is my beloved, and my enemies, which is my bloodline, which is who I used to think were my enemies, and the destruction of their enemies, which is the real enemies. All these nations that we're looking at. I don't know where you got this concept that Moses and Abraham was fucking Gentiles, bro. Like, who told you that? Okay, now I understand. See, it's just a matter of time, James Newton. I plant a seed just to see it sprout years later. It depends on the ground. The seed has been planted. The seed, many seeds don't hold. You see, family. You see, I was really patient with you because I could tell that you were like kind of not really expressing how you really thought. You were holding back. James Newton, I've been paying attention to you for quite some time, and it's always inevitable. We are told to have respect, and even for our unholy ones. Hypothetical. If you were God and Hitler was your creation, would you give him a second chance if he asked for forgiveness, or would you condemn? If you were God and Hitler was your creation, first of all, I cannot even, nor will I ever have the pay grade of God, because technically, Bible says I once was, but then I will die as a man because I don't have the godly mindset to judge anymore. For you to ask me if I were God judging Hitler, I would basically, as best as I could, reflect to you Wisdom of Solomon 18:7, and says, salvation for our people and destruction for the enemy. you're a Christmas Christian, James Newton, and I was just waiting for you to fucking express it, bro. You see, this is so family. I'm telling you, man, you that have been watching my channel for a while, you understand, like, sometimes you just got to be patient with these individuals. No offense to you, James, but I've been watching you for some time, and I knew you were going to end up this way. I'm glad you finally came out and said you're a Christmas Christian that believes in loving everybody and give everyone a second chance. So let's give it to you like this. I don't know, man. Let's say I marry your daughter, and then I fuck her up, beat her up, and fucking kick her ass, and, you know, she gets pregnant, and I kill the baby. I'm assuming you're going to forgive me. Right? Based on your logic.
Files has revealed a much deeper web of embedded assets and coordinated operations than previously known. While Gabriella's name hasn't been found on a flight log yet, the pattern she described, modeling agencies being used as fronts for elite exploitation, are now documented facts in the cases of individuals like Jean-Luc Brunel. Gabriella specifically targeted the Monterrey elite and international figures. The 2026 files highlight how Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein cultivated a social circle of politicians and celebrities for the purpose of maintaining a black book.
You know who I forgive? I forgive my father. I forgive my father for not knowing that he had an alcoholic condition. I forgive my mother. I forgive my mother for not knowing that she could have been more nurturing. I forgive my brothers and sisters that they could have been better with me, but they didn't happen. That means I forgive my people, who I used to think were my enemies. But you, on the other hand, do not realize that you were given enemies within your own group. I mean, unless you're white, maybe you didn't have enemies. Maybe your life is so good that you're okay with forgiving everybody. But you know what? Hey, James, listen, James, listen. I would do you a favor. I would ask you to do yourself a favor. You came to my channel in the last month. I let you post shit, and I just kind of like saw you, you know, trottling around and, you know, kind of like hanging in there and shit and making some like, you know, vanilla comments that neither went here nor there. And I was kind of wondering about who you were. And I figured, oh, I'll let them stick around. But now I really understand exactly who you are. See, like this, look. Sandwiches taste better on white bread. Do you not understand how bread gets white? The reason you have white bread is because it gets bleached with chemicals. James Newton. White bread doesn't taste better. White bread just tastes like chemicals. That's how we prefer tortillas, pendejo. Shut the fuck up for a moment, James Newton, please. I gave you enough attention. You said, how come you don't give me no holler? I give you some holler now. Can you shut the fuck up and we can move on, please? Because I know who you are. I'm glad you exposed yourself, by the way, my friend. And no, white bread tastes like shit. Tastes like chemicals. Woe unto Isaiah 21:5 and 21. Woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes. You see that? This is wise in your own eyes. Sandwiches taste better on white bread. That's being wise in your own eyes. And prudent in their own sight. Oh my jeez. Bro, for real, bro? That means that you consider yourself to be prudent. You consider yourself to be like, oh, well, I'm just trying to suggest and love and forgiveness and all this shit. Bro, listen, you're full of shit, my brother of another color. Because I know, you know, if you're Esau, you are a brother in a sense. That doesn't mean you're still not going to fucking die. You will be. Oh, my God, bro. Stop it. You're getting old, bro. See, this is funny, man. Like, this is the thing. You know what? I love the fact that our gente actually watches this channel because they understand. If they've been watching and listening to me for quite some time, like, they'll start noticing how, like, a lot of you guys just expose yourselves really easy.
The silence of Gabriella's family and the lack of hospital records after her 2009 arrest take on a new, darker meaning when viewed through the lens of the systematic silencing described in these newly unsealed testimonies. Was Gabriela Rico Jimenez the first whistleblower to describe a network we are only now fully uncovering? The 2026 Epstein Files Transparency Act means more is coming. We won't stop looking until we find out what really happened to her. Subscribe as we continue to dig through these 3 million new pages.
Quiero mi libertad. Niño, después fue Jesucristo de la cárcel en Alemania, de la reina de Escocia.
Hey, let me say something real quick. I'm going to say something real quick to this guy right here. Because I already blocked his ass, and I don't ever want to hear about you again. How about your brother-in-law? When was the last time you prayed for him or your sister that betrayed you, brother? My sister didn't betray me. My sister betrayed all of us. Because let me tell you something about this. George Reich and his son Ari Reich and David Reich. I don't give a fuck about them, bro. I saw this video the other day. And it was like about these southern whites and shit, right? You know? And I'm not familiar with that, concept talk. And these southern whites were making jokes about black people. And I'm not, sorry, I'm going to express it the way I heard it. Because when I heard the video, it triggered a memory as when I was young. In this video, this white guy was saying, like a joke, he's like, do you know how you blink at a black man? Or like how you wink at a black man, right? He said some shit like that. And he goes, you look in the trigger, or you look in the little, you blink at a black man when you're about to shoot him. That's what he's saying. Now, in his case, he said, you know how you blink at a nigger? That's what he said, right? When I heard the video, it triggered a thought in my mind. I was sitting with my wife and I'm like, holy shit. George said that to me. Because he showed me how to shoot a shotgun, a 22, a 357, a fucking rifle. I was very good at aiming. He showed me all this shit because my sister married his fucking Cracker Barrel ass. And in one of his events, because I didn't know any better, he took me over there hanging out with all his white friends. And I remember a joke that he said to me one time. He said, you know how you, no, that's right. He said, do you know how you blink at a nigger? And he said, he pointed a finger like a rifle because he knew I knew how to hold it. He said, you close your eye like that. So you're like, how about your brother-in-law? He's not my brother. That's Roman mythology. That he's supposedly my brother-in-law. He ain't my brother. When was the last time you prayed for him? Why would I? And your sister that betrayed, she didn't betray me. She betrayed herself. She knew he was racist because we had an encounter with his ass before she got with him. But you know what my sister was? She was like this right here. She was like, hold on, this one. She's a
turkey slurpee.
She wanted to gulp his little white nutsack cock.
Turkey slurpee.
She wanted to turkey slurpee his nuts in his mouth. And you want me to feel sorry for her? Fuck, no. Bro, I'm telling you, man, I haven't heard that shit. I mean, that's not in my mindset. And when I heard this man say that, you know how you wink at a nigger? I was like, holy shit. I told him, holy shit, babe. Whoa, like it brought memories to me. I was around 9-10 years old when he said that shit. And remember, this George Reich, not Rich, George Reich, like a fucking Fourth Reich. He was a manager up in Sacramento, a manager in Oceanside, manager in San Diego. And you know what we always had problems with? Black people. He had problems with black people all the time. Called cops on him and shit, and we thought it was like, oh, it's because black folks. Nah, bro. I mean, maybe they started it too, but you know what? It takes two to tango. James Newton, go suck a dick, bro.
Somos un ejército cautivo esperando la señal pa' comerme al enemigo. Huitzilopochtli, dime si es rival o amigo, que del ejército mexica tus guerreros siguen vivos.
¡Humanos!
The silence of Gabrielle.
Hey, my friend, listen, James Sound, I don't block people, but if I did not, I'm glad I did not. So then do me a favor and show the fuck up and hit the fucking link and see what you're about, bro. Because you know what? You're here and you're talking shit. So then show me your verses. Show me your verses, bro. You're saying I'm a coward. Fuck you, bro. Don't ever call me a fucking coward. I have a lot of people come to this channel and say, bro, listen, I don't run for nobody. So now that you call me a coward, hit the fucking link and show me what you're about. Show me what you're about, man. Come on. Come on, James Newton. Don't be a coward. So now you have the chance to not be a coward. Show me where we're supposed to forgive these people that slaughtered you, that raped you, that took advantage of you, that fucking did everything. If you're our people, then show me how you can forgive these people. There's a link. James, hit the link. James, hurry up. Come on, James. You said I was a coward. Come on, let's go, bro. There's the link. You see, fam? You see how weak these men are? You see that? You totally missed this whole page, bro. You totally missed the whole video. You totally missed the whole fucking topic. Unless you're here for a distraction.
Gabriela's family and the lack of hospital records after her 2009 arrest take on a new, darker meaning when viewed through the lens of the systematic silencing described in these newly unsealed testimonies. Was Gabriela Rico Jimenez the first whistleblower to describe a network we are only now fully uncovering? The 2026 Epstein Files Transparency Act means more is coming. We won't stop looking until we find out what really happened to her. Subscribe as we continue to dig through these 3 million new pages.
Quiero mi libertad. Niño, después fue, lo supiste, de la cárcel en Alemania, de la reina de Escocia, de la reina de Inglaterra. Justamente por esa. Así es. Quiero que le den la máxima sentencia. Y si aquí, Escocia, y Rusia, y todos los países, y toda la ONU, deben primero a Murillo. Murillo no debió haber muerto así. Sus hijos valen mucho la pena. Y los necesita su padre. Eres un en el alma. Me va a doler en el alma que me lo hayan quitado. ¿De qué te pasa? Porque me llevaron al Ministerio Público y ahí me dijeron que no sabía nada. Me llevaron a la fiscalía, tú, ahí acabas en la comisaría. Vaya por el hijo de...
For those of you who have been with me for a minute, you know I've covered some dark, heavy, triggering shit. When I say that I'm giving you the biggest trigger warning ever, please believe me with this one. What I'm going to be sharing with you today has shook me to my core. It hasn't left my brain. I've lost sleep over it. I've cried more times than I can count, and I'm not a crier. I'm going to be sharing a few journal entries from a 15-year-old victim of Jeffrey Epstein and his disgusting ring of...
Oh, James Newton, let me ask you, since you didn't hit the fucking link because you're afraid and you little bitch, and I'm going to call you that shit because you called me a coward. I didn't call you no names. At least I don't remember. But now you want it. So let me ask you, little bitch. If I abuse your daughter, would you ask God to forgive me? And I would never do it. You know what I'm saying? But like, would you do that? If I killed your kid, if I ate your wife, would you ask God, hey, Father, I know that Mexican dude was just hungry and he was just horny and he was just angry. Please forgive him for the wrongdoings that he did. Would you do that, James Newton? Or James Mutant? Or are you even that name? I'm gonna say this to all you guys that show up to my fucking channel, man. You guys have no idea how weirdo I am. You have no idea how weirdo I am, bro. I think that's why you guys are afraid of me and shit. Oh, here goes. Here goes. You're a coward. You're an internet brave. You see, fam? I told you. I told you. Eventually, everybody expresses themselves. Brother Joe, Brother Abraham, all we be reeled, Guaracuya, Mexica, El Mexica, or La Meshi, like everybody that's been watching my channel always sees this pattern. You see what I'm saying? I call them out, and then I embarrass them, and then they say, you're a coward. You're an internet brave. How long did this guy post in my channel? You've been posting on this channel for like a month and a half or two, being passive aggressive, making subtle comments, not really admitting what you believe in. And I was very aware of you. I'm like, whatever, I'll let you be. Now you've been exposed. Now you the coward. You see, I'm not a coward because I have this channel and I present it to you and I give y'all motherfuckers a link to say what you got to say. But you don't. And then you're like, oh, well, you're just an internet brave. Nah, bro. Hey, listen, if we get to talk face to face about this topic, I will tell you in your face. But these topics they're not something that you talk about at every place. Like, am I just going to go to a taco shop or a coffee shop? Or just some random fucking bar and shit, be like, hey, listen, I want to talk about... No, fuck no, bro. The average individual has no idea what the fuck we're talking about. But you know what? It's all good, fam. You know, because it's beautiful. I appreciate that shit. Because you want to know something? Your anger brings more good people to this channel. Like the brother that's posting some good shit right now. Psalms 16 and 2. I mean, sorry, Proverbs, not Psalms. It almost looked like Proverbs. Proverbs 16 and 2 says this. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirit. So, for example, you may think you're a fucking asshole, and I told you this, and I told you that, and all this fucking bullshit, and yada, yada, yada. And then you say, don't get me started on cheese, queens. See, like the brother said, perfect scripture, bro. We'll go. Listen, you're on point, brother. These are one of those, okay, I'll tell you what you're doing is you're bringing verses to like completely decimate his joints. You know, I come from boxing, right? So people like to box and like throw a jab in the right hand. You're throwing like little subtle, like right there in the rib, right there in the eyebrow and shit. You know what I mean? Like you're like blocking his jab because these are the words that you're saying. Bro, this guy's way ahead of you. And he's not even proud. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirit. So you know what? You may be right, Newton. You may be right. And if I'm wrong, then so be it. I'm not afraid of it. This is who I am. This is what I believe in. And I'm going to die with this belief. Because this is what is my spirit. This is what talks to me. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm not a fucking coward. I don't run for nobody. I don't say this shit in front of people and then don't say it in front of people. If somebody wants to talk about this subject, I will tell you in your face because this is what I know. I don't know anything else. And look what he says. Look at this guy. He goes, do you think your mom would be proud of you talking about her daughter? No, my mom knows how I feel about her. Disrespecting your mother's child. You use the Bible, but you don't practice the My mom knows how I feel about her. I don't have nothing to hide. You see, I don't know if you ever heard this, but in my channel, I always say, I'm not afraid to die. I'm afraid to leave a bad legacy for my family. You know what that means? I don't have nothing to hide. I don't have nothing to hide. I made my mistakes. I asked God for forgiving me. And that's all I can do. That's it. Can't do much more. Will he forgive me? I don't know. I hope so. There's no guarantee. And then he says this, you know what? I kind of liked your interesting topics because you're exposing yourself and you're showing our people how sometimes discernment takes a little bit longer than usual. You've been here a while. People saw me entertain you. People saw me post your comments. People saw me answer your questions. And see, the brothers and sisters that I talk to, they understand and say, and we talk, you need discernment at this moment. So right now, you are a prime example of what discernment is needed. You say, you told me to suck a penis, and you also said your mother's. Okay. Daughters suck, your brother-in-law. I never told you to. Well, if I had said to suck a penis, I don't know, bro. It might have came out slipping, but I never said all of that other shit. But you want to know something? You know what is so sad? That you even fucking mentioned that. And I gave you the opportunity to hit the fucking link and represent yourself because you call me a coward. But you see who the coward is? The one that's saying supposedly that I said all kinds of shit. See, I think I know what you're doing. You're trying to create YouTube to say that I'm being a pervert. You're doing that, James. Is that the reason why you drink? Because you can't forgive yourself? Or do you prefer to... Nah, I like to drink. I like to drink. There was a time where I was really like a bad, a drinker and shit. And I had a lot of problems. I had a lot of anger. I'm going to tell you this right now. From my experience, what I learned is when you become like a really heavy, addicted person to any substance, it's because you have a lot of hatred. You have a lot of hatred towards yourself. You have a lot of hatred towards your parents, towards the mistakes that you made. to all of that stuff. I don't blame. Look, listen, I don't say you can't drink. I don't say you can't do that. Listen, you do your shit. But when you get deep into that hole, it's because you've been affected. It says, heaven is knocking on your door, tapping on your shoulders, repent, my... This is so sad, bro. I really thought you were somebody else, James. You're just a typical Cracker Barrel, bro. And you want to know who I think you are? I think I know who you are, man. Please don't let that be you, bro. Please don't let that be you, bro. Please don't let that be you. Because your wife texts me her shit all the time, man. Please don't let that be you, man. Because you're starting to sound like that, dude. Let's continue.
Pedophiles. Now, this young girl wrote in code, but we have it decoded for us. So on the left side of the screen, you're going to see her journal entry, and on the right side is the decoded. The words go down and then up. So if you look at the top, if you start with the T and then you go down to the H, and then back up to the E, and then down with the Y, that's they. So down, up, down, up. And this young girl names names too, which I will be naming as well. There are always flights of horror, whether it's with Jeffrey, Mr.
Is that you, bro? Rich, is that you, bro? Do you want me to expose yourself, man? Please, Rich, don't tell me that's you, man. Don't tell me that's you, Rich. Because I think it is you, Rich. You know, wow.
Leonses, Mr. Case, Mr. Snyder, the Gregorys, Mr. Colgan, or one being borrowed by a seemingly good federal worker and even rented. It's all horror, and nothing as it seems. I'm so confused by everything, and people you expect to be good, like even old senators, like George Mitchell, who you think will be like a grandpa, are bad. Mr. Kimsey is deranged. The answer is crazy. It all is. The next one are two photos that are redacted, some cutouts, and then her words on the top right. I heard
I'm going to expose your wife's fucking text messages, Rich. Rich, I think it's you, Rich. I'm going to expose your wife's text messages. Oh, wow. Shit.
The heartbeat, even when she put her hands over my ears. Aren't pictures enough for them? Torture. This young girl is clearly talking about being pregnant by one of her. Some of the other words on the page: best medicine, should I deeply miss them, tears of rage. Have all these been murders? Heart-wrenching. Does this make me a killer? This 15-year-old girl is blaming herself. This is a child.
This is another very disturbing one. There's a picture of baby's feet on the top left. To the left of that are the words, I am so very sorry, little one. There's clip-out words on the top, and I'm going to read the bottom. What are these bets? And why do I have to take photos? I am so lost. Mr. Modi, Mr. Robert, Mr. Sant, Mr. Ludwig, Mr. Sechi, Mr. Mora, Mr. Good Latte, Mr. Atkins are not who they say. Run, run, run.
I'm going to read one last one. On the top, it says travel to another state, and then it says New York. Walk down Madison Avenue to 71st. My mother has lost her fucking mind. Even though Ghislaine said it was best to take me home because Mr. Black is so important for some reason over my health, there's going to be hell to pay. I ruined their trip, and I am dramatic when that fat fuck bit me. He threw me on the floor and got blood all over Jeffrey's carpet, and I am the issue? Who the fuck bites someone? Sick. No one is that important, and Leon could go fuck himself. I hate New York. She's referring to Leon Black. On the bottom are these clipped out words. I was crying out for help, evil and pain, hate. Really sick, you should call 911, helpless, raging. This is 3 of many, many more. And this is one girl. There are tons more journals from different victims.
That's just one of them, bro. That's just one of them, bro. Rich, I can't believe this is you, man. Why the fuck would you do that, bro? Rich, for real, bro? Are you really that mad at me, man? You love Christ that much and shit? Listen, do me a favor, man. Tell your wife to stop texting me. Seriously. She texts me about your fucking pornographic shit. Why would you do that, Rich? Why would you do that, Rich? Seriously, bro, you want me to share your wife's phone? Do you want me to share, bro? I have it right here. Your 909 area code. You haven't even debunked that shit. I know who you are, Rich. That's fucked up, Rich. That's really fucked up. That's who she is, bro. She showed me all your shit. She showed me all your shit, bro. She's the one that I even told my wife, I'm like, I don't even like this shit. This is weird. This is weirdo stuff. Like I don't like this. And you know what? She was sad and shit. And you know what? You know what's so sad about this whole thing? You're like, forgive your enemies, forgive your enemies, forgive your enemies, bro. Like, here we go. See, that's how I know it's you. That's how I know it's you. Here, let me show you. Let me show you guys. Because you know what? I need to embarrass his ass, bro. I have to, man. I have to. I have to fucking do it. See, I told you. You see this? You see this? You see this, man? You could have called me, Rich. You could have called me. You're just mad at the fact that your wife texts me a bunch of shit about you. That's what you're mad about, Rich. You're mad at the fact that she texted me a bunch of shit, and all I said was like, look, all I said was like, yo, bro, I'll pray for her. I'll pray for you, man. Like, I don't want to get involved with your shit. That's your marriage, brother. But you want to know something? Do you want to know what's so sad about people like you? You want to know what's so sad about people like you? You don't even know what the fuck, see? Hello, Oscar, this is Rich's wife. Hope all is well with you and your family. I'm reaching out regarding Rich, and I know I heard some very bad things, yada, yada, yada. Rich, this is you. This is your wife complaining. She's texting me what you're saying, and I said, hey, yes, I'll pray for your family. Lord willing, he hears your prayers and encourages him to cleanse his ways. Really sorry to hear about this. She says, thank you. That's you, Rich. You see, you know what? Let me tell you something about you. Hey, listen, family. How do you feel? How do you think I know that this is him? I don't know. I did not know that it was him. I didn't know it was him, but something in my spirit told me it's him. So do me a favor, fam. If you really believe in the Most High, I'm not saying don't fuck with me, bro, but just be careful. Because a lot of people talk to me. Spirits talk to me. They talk to my head. I don't know what the fuck I heard this from. Happy New Year. This man never changed. Lustful, full. This is you, Rich. I don't go to Baja California. Where'd you get this concept from? Oh, you mean the telemarketer that I told you about that I used to go down there? Ah, you see what I'm saying, bro? Like, it's crazy, bro. Hey, maybe this is not rich. Maybe it is. I don't know. But you know what the sad part is, family? That I told him. Show up. If I'm wrong. Let it be. He says, stop drinking, pelon. Your wife wants you to stop, and your kids stop drinking, pendejo. Sounds good, my friend. I'll tell you what I will do. I will stop doing that until you stop cheating on your wife. Pedophile. Tell me you like little kids. And that's why she was worried about you. That's the sad part. Because I kind of, that's when I even showed my wife the shit that she said. I shared the video or the recording that she said. So I don't know, man. I think you should worry more about yourself. Look, man, I've always been honest about my problems.
I keep redoing this video.
But I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather have a problem with a little bit of drinking than a problem with your pedophiliac fucking attitude like you, James Newton. Because your wife told me, you like them young.
And trying to figure out how I'm actually going to say this so that some of you will believe me. Every day now, since they released that latest dump of the Epstein files, I've been going through them each day for about 4 hours. Taking breaks, don't worry, I'm fine, I think. I'm going through the victims' journals. These are 13, 14, 15-year-old girls. This is really, really...
You see, family? You see, so he admitted it. Anybody that wants to go to a barbecue with this guy, he's going to put your shit out on Front Street. This is the guy that will call. So you see what I'm saying? I never lied. Rich, you're a Puerto Rican old man that lives in Florida. Oh, no, North Carolina. That's right. That cheats on your wife with little kids. You should shut the fuck up, bro.
Really disturbing. I just need to give the biggest...
Hey, listen, Rich, I will call her right now. Do you want me to call her right now? Do you want me to embarrass you? I will call her right now, and she will make sure to embarrass your ass because she knows all your names. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. What? You're going to go about his barbecue and hang out with this guy, and he's going to throw you under the bus. He's going to make about $8,000 when he calls. Oh, wow. I think people know that I'm not like that. But it's all good, family. Don't even trip on it. Hey, you know what, Rich? Hey, listen. Rich, you're 60-something years old, bro. You're getting out of hand. I could show more shit that you've been showing me, bro. But you know what, family? It's all good. I'm glad he's here because we figured out this is Rich, the Puerto Rican sellout.
Trigger warning. There are pictures of sonograms in all of their journals. Girls are clearly stating that they're being impregnated, forced to be incubators, and then the baby is taken from them immediately after they give birth. Men like Mark Tremo, a professor at UCLA, is just randomly letting Epstein know that newborns will suck on their pacifiers more vigorously if it triggers a playback of its mother's voice in a recording. When they're all emailing each other, they're using code words. Let's take cream cheese, for example. Random, right? But when you search cream cheese in their emails, it comes up thousands of times. And many of these emails have been deleted, by the way. Let's just look at one. There are millions of babies. Very good little vegetable cream cheese. LOL, I don't know if cream cheese and baby are on the same level. It's okay, there's still enough time today. I'm trying to schedule priming for 5:30. Fuel explosion, 9:45. We'll bring a new engine startup video. I'm Jeffrey Epstein, too. We don't know because it's redacted. It's not a victim. Why are we redacting that, DOJ? Coconuts, used all the time in these emails. I ordered sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you. Why are these two coconuts being brought in from Gary Kearney to Jeffrey Epstein with bottles? And then he asks him on the bottom to choose one of them. After reading hundreds, if not thousands of these emails, they're using code words, guys. It's so fucking obvious. A bunch of grown men aren't just scheduling a bunch of pizza parties together over and over and over again. That's because pizza parties are CP parties. And you don't have to believe me. If you go into this address, somebody actually set it up. You go into that and it's like you're Epstein. It's his inbox. I have so much more proof. Epstein's operation was not just trafficking children. No, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't extreme enough. They were impregnating these young kids, girls, each victim over and over again, to then take their babies and those babies and then eat them. I'm gonna say this too, and I know I probably sound psychotic, paranoid, but I am worried for my safety. I am not.
never have been in my life ever. I love my life. I would never do something like that. My house is covered with security. I am armed and I know how to use it. Arizona, legal state to carry. All of you who keep sending me the sweetest, kindest messages, comments, you have no idea how much that has helped me. You have no idea. You are my sanity. I'm listening and watching happy things in between. I'm talking to family and friends. I promise. I'm not gonna stop. I barely got started. I keep redoing this video and trying to figure out how I'm actually gonna say this so that some of you will believe me. Every day now, since they released that latest dump of the Epstein files, I've been going through them each day for about 4 hours. Taking breaks, don't worry, I'm fine, I think. I'm going through the victims' journals. These are 13, 14, 15-year-old girls. This is really, really, really disturbing. I just need to give the biggest trigger warning. There are pictures of sonograms in all of their journals. Girls are clearly stating that they're being impregnated, forced to be incubators, and then the baby is taken from them immediately after they give birth. Men like Mark Tremo, a professor at UCLA, is just randomly letting Epstein know that newborns will suck on their pacifiers more vigorously if it triggers a playback of its mother's voice in a recording. When they're all emailing each other, they're using code words. Let's take cream cheese, for example. Random, right? But when you search cream cheese in their emails, it comes up thousands of times. And many of these emails have been deleted, by the way. Let's just look at one. There are millions of babies. Very good little vegetable cream cheese. LOL, I don't know if cream cheese and baby are on the same level. It's okay, there's still enough time today. I'm trying to schedule priming for 5:30. Fuel explosion, 9:45. We'll bring a new engine startup video. From Jeffrey Epstein to, we don't know because it's redacted. It's not a victim, why are we redacting that, DOJ? Coconuts, used all the time in these emails. I ordered sweet young coconuts from Thailand for you. Why are these two coconuts being brought in from Gary Kearney to Jeffrey Epstein with bottles? And then he asks him on the bottom to choose one of them. After reading hundreds, if not thousands of these emails, they're using code words, guys. It's so fucking obvious. A bunch of grown men aren't just scheduling a bunch of pizza parties together over and over and over again. That's because pizza parties are CP parties. And you don't have to believe me. If you go into this address, somebody actually set it up. You go into that and it's like you're Epstein. It's his inbox. I have so much more proof. Epstein's operation was not just trafficking children. No, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't extreme enough. They were impregnating these young.
Hey, let me say something to you, Rich. Let me say something to you, Rich. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea how I knew that it was you. I honestly did not know. Something told me that it was you. No person next to me. Nothing. Just something told me. Is this you, Rich? Are you really this desperate, bro? Are you really this mad at the fact that your wife left you? She left you because you were fucking looking at porn. That's all you were doing. She was crying to me. She said, here, I'll show you right now. Here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Look at this sad ass shit. I'm embarrassed your ass right now, bro. Because it is you. Now I can tell it is you. Because you're a passive aggressive dick. You're like, oh, you're just, nah. Listen, my friend. I don't like people attacking me. Especially when I'm cool with them, bro. Especially when I was like trying to be respectful to your marriage. And I was trying to tell your wife, like, like maybe you shouldn't really do that. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you talk to him and shit? My wife was there when I was talking to her or texting her. That shit don't matter to people like you. At all. Now you want to say, he will expose you. Nah, bro. I talk to people all the time. I don't expose their conversations. Look, this is who you are. This is you, Rich. Mr. Christmas Christian and shit. This is your wife's phone number. Please let her know that this guy's attacking this channel. I have worked very hard to maintain my covenant of marriage and trust God that he will someday repent for his lustfulness for women and dating sites and his hatred he has for me, because now that I'm home all the time, I have caught him many times cheating on dating sites and pornography. And he tells me his phone is probably hacked. I have seen too much, been through many years of his physical abuse, mental abuse, and portraying himself as the victim, aka narcissist behavior, like you're doing today. He hits chokes, punches, and abuses for way too long. Oh, wow. So you've been beating your wife, bro? You've been beating your wife that long, bro? For real? While wearing a mask on social media as a godly man claiming that he's chosen one and will judge the world. And if I encounter anything he says, he's going into a demonic rage. His eyes turn black and I'm in fear. So please pray for his soul as I will too. Yada, yada, yada. And I say, yes, I'll pray for your family. Lord willing, he hears your prayers. I didn't say nothing negative. I show love to your family. But nah, you're a total dick. You're a narcissist. Happy New Year, December 31st. This man never changed. Lustful, sitting in jail for hitting me again. And chatting with women online. I'm done, yet he portrays as a godly man. Blasphemy, broke our covenant. Am I gonna go? He's in jail? Yes. Sorry to hear that. You don't need to be abused. That's all I said. Well, I went to work to sustain the family and spent 20 years sitting behind screen, yada, 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 this and that. And this is who your hoes were, bro. These are your bitches right here. This is who you're looking at. See that right there? I have been a woman of God for 44 years, faithful to my husband, and this is what I get. Isn't that what you're saying, bro? Isn't that what you said? You guys know you can't talk to a drunk, right? If you think you can talk to a drunk, then there's obviously a lack of communication here, using the Bible, but not living. It isn't productive. Okay. Isn't that what the Gentiles did? To cast out demons in the name of God, Jesus? Who wants to meet insanity? Bro, you're not even close, bro. See, this is you, Rich. You're a sad case. Let's continue.
Kids, girls, each victim over and over again, to then take their babies and those babies and then eat them. I'm gonna say this too, and I know I probably sound psychotic, paranoid, but I am worried for my safety. I am not. Never have been in my life ever. I love my life. I would never do something like that. My house is covered with security. I am armed and I know how to use it. Arizona, legal state to carry. All of you who keep sending me the sweetest, kindest messages, comments, you have no idea how much that has helped me. You have no idea. You are my sanity. I'm listening and watching happy things in between. I'm talking to family and friends. I promise. I'm not gonna stop. I barely got started. I keep redoing this video and trying to figure out how I'm actually gonna say this so that some of you will believe me. Every day now, since they released that latest dump of the Epstein files, I've been going through them each day for about 4 hours. Taking breaks, don't worry, I'm fine, I think. I'm going through the victims' journals. These are 13, 14, 15-year-old girls. This is really, really, really disturbing. I just need to give the biggest trigger warning. There are pictures of sonograms in all of their journals. Girls are clearly stating that they're being impregnated, forced to be incubators, and then the baby is taken from them immediately after they give birth. Men like Mark Tremo, a professor at UCLA, is just randomly letting Epstein know that newborns will suck on their pacifiers more vigorously if it triggers a playback of its mother's voice in a recording. When they're all emailing each other, they're using code words. Let's take cream cheese, for example. Random, right? But when you search cream cheese in their emails, it comes up thousands of times. And many of these emails have been deleted, by the way. Let's just look at one. There are millions of babies. Very good little vegetable cream cheese. LOL, I don't know if cream cheese and baby are on the same level. It's okay, there's still enough time today. I'm trying to schedule priming.
I got distracted by it. I got distracted by the fucking panecito. Panecito. Rich. I hope it's not you, Rich. I really think, I really think, and hold on. I hope that I'm wrong. You know, to be honest with you. I hope that I'm wrong. But it's almost like, damn, bro, like, you fucking sound like that guy. And your wife hasn't texted me back. So she's probably arguing with you right now, like, why are you texting that shit? I'm not lying about this channel, bro. Like, I'm proving everything that's been going on. And listen, I don't favor nobody. I will embarrass every single one of you piece of shit motherfuckers, bro, if it's the last thing I fucking do. And listen, Rich, if that's really you, you're a fucking sad case, man. You see, this is how I know it's you. You know why? Because you're saying, I've been praying for you. And your kids, your whole family, ever since you started your channel, ever since you started with much of your anger over everyone hate and fear, driven by hate and fear. Rich, listen, I may get angry with my wife. My wife and I are a little bit upset with each other right now because we had a little disagreement after Costco. But I will never cheat on her. I will never beat her up. And when it's time to take a distance, I know how to take a distance without leaving my wife and looking at porn and thinking that I can get better. Rich, listen. Your wife completely spilled her beans to me. And I think that's why you're upset. Because you're a 63, 64-year-old grown man full of perversion that wants to get with a young girl and you never can, never will. And I think you hate the fact that your wife reached out to me because she probably thought that she may get something out of it. No offense to you, lady. Please, I'm sorry if that's not what you were intending. But you triggered this dude. And you know what the sad part is? That you came in with a different name. You could have just been you. You could have just been you, Rich. The sad part is that I caught you. And you know what? I don't even know how I figured it out. There was just like something within my spirit that told me, yo, man, are you rich? And you are. And you know what the worst part is? That your wife embarrassed you. That you're mad that she texted me. And of all the people, she's like, why would you text his ass? You want to know why she texted me? Because she texted me because I'm a real man. She texted me because she knew that I have bigger balls than you. And that I would at least understand what the fuck she's going through instead of an abusive ass so-called Puerto Rican claiming to be a Hebrew. Nah, take those words back. Don't do that. You know what those words are, bro? That they're gonna get flushed down the toilet. Real men don't do what you did. Real men would have called me James or Richard. You would have called me. You have my number. You know who I am. Fuck, matter of fact, you know where I live. You have my business address. You could have called me. Instead, you were a fake dude. Sat around here acting like you were just a stranger. And then I found out about your porky ass. And listen, fam, I don't know how I figured him out. But I did. So for all you motherfuckers that want to come to my channel and be like, I'm going to trust and believe the Most High gave me discernment and I will figure your ass out.
You know, admire my ancestors as conquerors, conquistadores, warriors. I'm more proud of that than a freaking little tribe that got conquered in 2 years, bro. Fuck that. Viva la madre patria, España.
Hey, that's like you, Rich. Viva la madre patria, España. Pinche paisa mexicano way with your little fucking droopy ass eye. You're gonna be the first one deported, bastard.
What's up with all these indigenous Mexicans that think they're white? This guy is saying that he chooses Spain over Tenochtitlan. Bro, Tenochtitlan doesn't even exist anymore. I pray to God I have more Spanish than indigenous blood. Your prayers went unanswered. Bro's out here saying that he has superior Spanish blood? Superior where, bro? Here's the thing, bro. You don't hold any Spanish assets. You don't have Spanish citizenship. You've never been to Spain. Spain doesn't recognize you. If you were to go to Spain, they would treat you like a Mexican. The only thing Spanish that you have is your name, bro. And here's the crazy thing, bro. Me, somebody that you want to look like, is 60% indigenous. I'm only 25% Spanish, and you will never see me claim Spain, bro. Yo nací en Durango, yo soy Tepehuan. But there you have it, guys. Yeah, I don't know why all of these indigenous Mexicans want to be Spanish so bad. I could never. But anyways, let me know what you guys think.
Let's read this real quick, bro. Epstein case reveals Satanism of Western elites. Lavrov, Russia top diplomat, says the late U.S. financier crimes are beyond comprehension. So let me show you this link to you guys. Hold on, sorry, my bad. There it goes right here. There's a link. Now we're gonna get into this particular part right here. And again, it goes back to the whole concept. It goes back to the whole concept, family. Y'all being propagandized. We got a lot of retards, like Rich. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, bro. You disappoint me like a bitch. We got a bunch of retards. Can't believe that was you, bro. Fuck, man. This is crazy.
Lawmakers.
Crazy, bro. Like, I got young kids. I got young kids, old kids attacking my channel and shit. This guy's in his 60s and shit attacking my channel, bro. Like, it's crazy, dog. But you know what? It's all good. Let's go. I mean, I'm kind of like I'm kind of like flabbergasted about it. Like the fact that he's here. Look. He says, "You're calling me a paisa like it's derogatory. You said it like derogatory word. Why don't you? Why do you hate?" Yeah, she said you also drink, dude. You're drunk.
From the Epstein files grows across the globe. Last week, the Department of Justice released over 3 million pages of files, but many contained major redactions. Millions of more pages remain unreleased. On Monday, lawmakers were granted access to unredacted versions of the documents. Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin spoke out after seeing some of the files.
You know, I saw the names of lots of people who were redacted for mysterious or baffling or inscrutable reasons.
The co-authors of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, Republican Thomas Massie and Democrat Ro Khanna, held a news conference after viewing some of the files.
Our bigger concern is that there's still a lot that's redacted, even in what we're seeing. We're seeing redacted versions. I thought we were supposed to see the unredacted versions, and that's because the documents produced to justice from the FBI, from the grand jury, was redacted when they got it. So we kept doing the searches for the unredacted information, and it's the identical redactions that they have. Now, I don't think that's nefarious on the career attorneys that were reviewing it, but they obviously haven't gotten the production because our law says that the FBI and the original grand jury needs to be unredacted.
I mean, what we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published. We're not out to embarrass people. And the problem is we went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ.
In related news, Epstein's co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year sentence, refused to answer lawmakers' questions in a closed-door virtual deposition before the House Oversight Committee Monday.
Have you ever facilitated the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman by Mr. Epstein?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
Have you ever participated in the sexual abuse of any minor or adult woman?
I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to silence.
During the hearing, Maxwell's attorney, David Marcus, said Maxwell would speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump.
if this committee and the American public truly want to hear the unfiltered truth about what happened, there is a straightforward path. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency by President Trump. Only she can provide a complete account, and some may not like what they hear, but the truth matters. For example, both President Trump and President Clinton are innocent of any wrongdoing. Ms. Maxwell alone can explain why, and the public is entitled to hear that explanation.
This all comes as the release of the Epstein files threatens to bring down the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, over his decision to appoint Lord Peter Mangold. She's also the co-founder of an independent news outlet called The Nerve, launched with 5 former Guardian journalists. Carol, welcome back to Democracy Now! I want to first get your response to Ghislaine Maxwell, the co-conspirator of Epstein, who you call in your piece a monstrosity, invoking the Fifth Amendment so she wouldn't incriminate herself, but saying if Trump granted her clemency in exchange, she would exonerate him. Can you respond to all of this latest news?
Thanks, Amy. It's so good to be back with you. I mean, I guess what we see with Ghislaine, which is naked transactionalism, the offer of a quid pro quo arrangement with Trump, which
Yo, it's like Rich coming to my channel and saying like, well, you know, like if you just would repent and forgive those people, they wouldn't be that bad. I mean, you have your own little alcoholic problems and shit and yada yada yada. It's kind of like you, Rich. Like don't be mad at the fact that we have some problems because you have problems. That's what Rich is saying. Rich, that's what you're saying. Don't be mad at me because you have problems. But you see, Rich, my wife didn't call you. My wife didn't text you. My kids never bothered you. Matter of fact, I never bothered you. I got text from your wife at 2 in the morning, 11 at 11 at night. Like, I never asked for that. Your circle did. You see what I mean? And this is no different. You are those people. Rich, for all I know, you're probably a pedophile. Now, that's my opinion. That doesn't make it, like, factual. I'm just saying, based on your actions, you're starting to really make me wonder why your wife texts me like that. Do you want me to continue to show the text messages that she shared with me? Would you like me to do that? Or are you going to beat her up because she's embarrassing you? Life is grand, isn't it, Rich?
is what this was. That is a pattern of behaviour which we see all through the email correspondence of Ghislaine, of Jeffrey Epstein, of what's been laid out there. So I don't think that should come as any surprise or shock to people. You know, we know that there is a global trade in favours between a billionaire class, between people who are officials of hostile nations, between politicians, between people in Silicon Valley, in Washington, in Westminster, in Israel, across the Middle East. I mean, that's what these documents have laid bare, is this exchange of favors. So that doesn't come as any shock. It's really good to hear that there are these efforts being made in Washington to unredact the documents. It's really shocking. I mean, it's one of the most sort of disgusting features, I think, of this data dump is that we can see that these young women have had their names exposed, and yet these men who are clearly involved are being shielded. Obviously, there's a big question about why. And I suppose my final point of what these headlines show is that it is absolutely extraordinary that we are seeing this heat and pressure on the British Prime Minister, who was not an accomplice of Jeffrey Epstein, who is not in the files. And yet there is this, movement for his.
That's when I heard my spirit speak. That comment right there. There's a difference between enemies of God and enemies. Do you see the difference? And something started telling me within my spirit, hey, that sounds familiar. Because you had asked me that at one time. You see, I'm an elephant, my friends. I don't forget anything you guys say. So whatever you post on my channel, be mindful that I will never forget if you come back again and post again. Okay? I'm not a weirdo. I'm just an elephant. I'm not a weirdo, bro. I just remember a lot of fucking shit. And I don't know why. And I don't know at what moment did I know that this was him. But I've told, hey, matter of fact, BTC, bro, you and I talk, bro. You know that. Aubrey Revealed, Job, you guys talk to me, bro. Y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. And we talk about discernment. Something beyond our spirit, something beyond our body that says, hey, man, you know what, bro? I think you know what I mean? Like, there's something that tells you, like, it's like talking to you beyond what these people understand. I mean, shit, bro. Maybe it's time you guys understand the Bible for what it is. You're talking to generational spirits, people that discern things beyond what you guys have. Society says we have 5 senses. Yeah. Touching, breathing. What's the other one? The touching? Shit, I don't even know the 5 senses. I forgot about them. But the point being is this. But there's one more that you guys either have or don't have. That nobody can teach you. Nobody can train you. You either have it or you don't. And it happens when you discern certain things that people say, certain things that people bring up. And you can't even answer them yourselves. You're like, I don't know, man. I just fucking know. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. It occurred. I'm not trying to think of Rich or Richard. I wasn't thinking of him. I haven't talked to that brother in like fucking years. Like about a year and a half, maybe a year, okay? And it's like that we talk all the time. But just certain things he said or something triggered me to think about him. And then I knew. So let me say this to you, Indigenous brothers and sisters, that I love you so much. Exercise that spirit. You know how you exercise that spirit? You start exercising that spirit by repenting, by cleansing your ways. Scriptures talk about that you cannot cleanse your backyard if you have a bunch of like thistles and fucking nettles and shit. You have to clean that shit up so you can talk to your creator, because your creator is within you. If you want to get to know the Most High, repent. If you want to get to know the Most High, dig deep. If you want to get to know the Most High, then you have to actually reflect. And see, this is where we know that this man fell off. Abraham is a Chaldean, not a Hebrew. You should really study the Bible. Shem, Japheth, and Ham. And there's a reason why Abraham was in Chaldea. My friend, it's okay. Survive. It's not for you.
Resignation. And I think if we get to a situation in which the British Prime Minister is forced out of office and there is across the Atlantic zero pressure, zero consequences for Donald Trump, who, you know, thousands of mentions in the files and a close associate of Jeffrey Epstein for years, I find that just, I mean, it's a sort of moral obscenity, I would say.
Yeah, so Carol, there was an Associated Press...
Basically, the people in Europe are wondering like, hey, man,
report over the weekend.
We arrested a bunch of people over there. How come you white folks in America are not arresting a bunch of people? Because of this. Because of this.
They're trying to trick you into thinking we can shut down this whole machine if we just cut the right wire.
He knew everybody that was very powerful.
Forcing us to sift through the most horrific crimes imaginable, searching for that one missing link that leads to the top of the food chain. Is the red one? It's the blue one. I mean, they're saying they just met the guy socially. She says she just met him socially. He just met him socially.
To be honest, like if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
But we already have all the proof we need. Sometimes the best hiding place is right in front of our face. In the 1860s, when Thomas Nast first drew that cartoon of an elephant and a donkey representing the Republicans and Democrats, he was telling us this was a circus, a sideshow. We don't need to look into the Epstein files to see how the blue wires and the red wires all connect to the white and blue ones. Tad Stormer outlined in a paragraph our history of Epstein Islands. We don't have just one or two, we have hundreds, if not thousands of them. He says you can visit them, follow them online, buy their merch, read their books that celebrate their histories. They're called Mount Vernon, Monticello. America is an Epstein Island. And every election, regardless of which wire was plugged in, did that military-industrial complex shrink? Did the corporate monopolies weaken? Did a single architect of the Iraq invasion, of that torture program, ever go to prison? When they collapsed the banking system, did any of those executives ever spend a day in jail? Was a single billionaire's crimes ever exposed? We've been programmed to have a hypnotic response to colors. Why would this machine ever allow its chosen representatives to hold anyone to account? This circus is not a sideshow. It's a cage, and there's only one wire that needs to be cut, and that's the one that's connected to the back of our heads. Because we're the batteries, feeding it. All our tax money, our consumer spending, our credit card debt, our mortgages, our car payments, our entire lives indebted and in servitude to an Epstein class. And this machine, this iron trap, is a ticking time bomb. To shut it down, we have to stop looking inside the cage and unplug it from the back of our heads. Never use Amazon again. Never buy another Apple product. De-Google. Take as much money as you can out of the big banks. Put it into credit unions. Only support small businesses as much as possible. Start using cash as much as possible. And step by step, we can shut down this contraption that was designed in the 1700s for extraction, exploitation, and permanent war. You want to vote effectively? Replace every single person inside this machine with a human being who is completely free from corporate money, who has a vision. What's the vision? Nothing that's mainstreamed into the back of our heads by a corporate cable. The vision was the one laid out by Albert Einstein, George Orwell, Carl Sagan, Dr. King, all three branches of the religion of Abraham, Aristotle, Plato, Buddha.
You see, this is the funny part, bro. They want to go back to their system. Bro, you guys are done. You guys are done. Here, Rich, do me a favor, bro. Please stop, okay? Please stop. Look, I have been a woman of God for 44 years of faithful to my husband. This is what I get. Narcissist, read up on me. He's 100%. Now that I got him up in my life, he thinks he's 30 years old, lusting girls. He's 63, old, diabetes. I put restraining order on him. I'm sitting in my apartment from his house that I want to cherish. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ruin your New Year's Eve. She texted me that long ago. I'm just reaching out to my family and friends because I'm so devastated that a man that priest is supposedly a man of God and hold on a second, man of God. He's a man of God. He's a man of God. He's a man of God. Hold on a second. I'm so devastated that a man that preaches is supposedly a man of God, but yet he's a man of Satan. Rich, do yourself a favor, bro. Why don't you just turn yourself in and just admit that you're a piece of shit? Why is that so hard, man? Is that like a Puerto Rican thing and shit? You Puerto Ricans have a hard time admitting when you're wrong. Yeah, you guys do, for real. Puerto Ricans have a hard time admitting they're wrong. You think I was gonna like sugarcoat that shit? Get the fuck out of here, bro. I call everybody out for what they are. Come on, Rich. Man, Rich, I really thought you were better than that, bro. Here, let me say this. VTC, like I said, bullshit. Hold on a second. Let me see. The think differently and after. Well, I don't know what that is. Go study. Repent is to change your mind and direction. Read a book. Yeah, but he's not gonna get it, bro. He's one of those. See that right there? It looks like a Nazi sign, right? USA. Rich, I think you were always a Nazi, bro. I realize that now. Why did I believe you, man? I guess because I thought you were probably... you know me, man. I give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm not upset at the fact that I trusted you. I'm not. I think you should be upset at the fact that you trusted me. Hold on, fam. I'm trying to get through these links real quick because we're almost done. We're almost done. That one, Pederast, or that one. Oh, that's a good. I'll come back to it. Come back. Oh, this one right here. Check this out, fam. This is fucking disgusting, bro. I think this would probably be like this video and one more video after this, and I think we're done because we should know better. We should know better. You know what I'm saying? We should know better. Fam, my job is to bring news to you as far as distance as we can, so then we can actually show y'all exactly where we stand. And then, at the same time, compare what knowledge we have. Because sometimes we don't, like, La Raza doesn't get into these things. So it's important for us to get into these things because guess what? There's people out there that are your friend, that act like your friends, and they want to eat you.
No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. Now, one of the most incredible things about beef jerky and the way it's used and has been used for thousands of years is the fact that you don't need to refrigerate it and you don't need to keep it on ice for it to still be good. It's actually the entire point of beef jerky. Welcome back to the channel, everybody, and as the e-files continue to get crazier and crazier, and honestly just more disgusting every day as more files continue to be released, and also people are able to actually dig through the 3 million files. And what's the biggest news right now? Yes, there is looks like to be a code word that these elites have been using. Apparently, pizza got a little too controversial after the whole scandal. And what is that code word being used? It looks like beef jerky. Yes, beef jerky is the new hot code word in the files. And it's not just about the fact that we're going to be able to see all these documents substantiating the idea that beef jerky is actually human meat. There's
that is a fake picture. He's kind of goy jerky. Goy jerky. Goy. Humano carne. Let's continue.
Also a bunch of files that corroborate now that have just come out about how they got rid of the cow bodies, we'll say. All right, so that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Let's jump into it. Trigger warning, this is all disgusting as usual, but it's in the files, and since nobody else wants to talk about it, we're going to. All right, so YouTuber Asmongold actually did a big expose on this. We're going to use some of that just to go through all of these beef jerky emails, and I also got a bunch of other documents that are going to substantiate the claims in those, and then we're going to talk about how, they got rid of the cow carcasses to make this beef jerky with, and it's pretty rough as well. So let's jump into it. First thing we're going to do, watch some of Asmongold's clip, and then we're going to talk more about it.
People going crazy think they found a code word for human meat? Wait, what? Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey.
Okay, we're going to stop intermittently here and talk about this. First of all, you'll notice all of these files are redacted. Now, if you're just talking about beef jerky, I mean, maybe all these elites just really do have an affinity for some Jack Links, baby. I mean, they're just real beef jerky connoisseurs. But if all you're talking about is just, yes, this love for beef jerky, I'm really confused about why you need to redact the to and from boxes on these. Another interesting one here, it says, Jojo is here and will walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Please, you just go on your own to Leon's office. That's a little odd that you're going to walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. But, maybe again, it's like caviar to the elites. We just didn't know that gas station beef jerky was one of their favorite foods.
Walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very grateful, above all, for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't remember checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do.
Okay, so again, we're talking about beef jerky here. And he says a small insulated bag would do just fine. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do. Now, one of the most incredible things about beef jerky and the way it's used and has been used for thousands of years is the fact that you don't need to refrigerate it and you don't need to keep it on ice for it to still be good. It's actually the entire point of beef jerky. And so, again, is it really beef jerky we're talking about? I don't know. Let's just take a look at a couple different emails and see what we think. Emails that say stuff like this. Of course, redacted, wouldn't want to know who sent this, with just saying age 10. But what are some other really interesting things that have popped up regarding this story? Hold on to your butts for this one, everybody.
There's an exchange between Jeffrey Epstein and, we think, a urologist, and I'm quoting, and they're going back and forth on stuff. And he says, I'm back. Can call you in Stendra 100 at Zitmer. Now, Stendra is apparently an erectile dysfunction drug, and he's prescribing it to Jeffrey Epstein, who apparently needs it. And Epstein writes, how many? And the doctor writes back, 10. After you use them, let's go get pizza and grape soda. Call me. So to all the people who dismissed out of hand this conspiracy theory about Pizzagate, it had nothing to do with sex or kids or anything illicit at all. It wasn't a code word. Here you have, apparently, Jeffrey Epstein's urologist telling him that after you take your erectile dysfunction drug, wash your hands and join me for pizza and grape soda. Okay, now.
Yes, super normal conversation from Big E trying to get Viagra from his urologist. His urologist fully on board. And again, his doctor saying, hey, once you're done with those dick pills, we should go grab some pizza and grape soda. Yeah, I think we all have a good idea about what's actually going on here.
There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in a downstairs freezer. Why would you freeze jerky?
Yes, there you go. He's got 6 bags of it. Beef jerky, mind you, the thing that you do not need to keep on ice or refrigerate at all. The whole point of it, 6 bags of it in the freezer. Huh, okay.
6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky. I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive. Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight.
Ah, yes, overnighting beef jerky. I mean, these people really like that beef jerky, don't they? Absolutely incredible how much beef jerky these elites eat. But what else do we know was going on with Big E? Yes, this is just one of dozens, if not hundreds of things like this, but it says a 2019 email reportedly from a former employee claims women were K'd by suffocation during sex and buried near the ranch at the direction of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and attaches footage of rapes of minors at the ranch. Yes, and we know this corroborated by Todd Blanche himself, who came out and said that there is pictures and videos of death in the files. Interesting.
And finally, anything that depicts or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury, also not produced.
And what else do we have in the files that ties right back into this? Here's more. Yes, Big E ran underground breeding ops at his New Mexico ranch, impregnating victims, including underage, to sell babies on the black market tied to eugenics superior race via his DNA. Now, that's not weird having an underground eugenics lab where you're raising babies, most likely for what the files say they're being intended for, to be turned into beef jerky. Yes, it's horrifying, it's disgusting, and looks like all of this was actually happening.
I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky? And that's from Jeffrey Epstein. Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called
Yeah, that's not good.
Guys, the restaurant's called Cannibal and Cooks.
Yeah. Also, again, why is this from Redacted? Think about this. If this is just beef jerky with a lovely restaurant called the Cannibals and Cooks, I'm sure nothing sketchy going on there. Doesn't seem like you need to redact this name, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi. Very, very odd.
Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible, if the main house is not enough.
Now, interesting talking about using the water around the island. I wonder what that's for. Oh, I think we know because, yes, a lot of files have shown us about how they disposed of bodies. Now, talking about using the water around the island as it regards to taking care of the beef jerky, well, what we do know and what we found in the files is looks like, being shown the way that they, again, got rid of the cow carcasses in the beef jerky process. And here's one of the ways. Yes, he had a trapdoor that led straight to the ocean. I don't know, pretty convenient if you need to get rid of something very bloody that you can dump right out into the ocean from underneath your trapdoor that the sharks will take care of. Now, you may think, well, that trapdoor could be used for anything. Well, just today, some new files just got released, and let's take a look at these. Yeah, so it turns out Big E ordered 330 gallons of sulfuric acid in 2018. Now, 330 gallons, how much sulfuric acid is that? Yeah, that's what, 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid? I don't know what you need to dissolve with that much sulfuric acid, but it's a lot of something. And yes, the emails show that he wanted it delivered all to his island. Now, what on a tiny little island in the middle of the ocean would you need 330 gallons of sulfuric acid for? Who knows? And here's the wire request form that actually shows him ordering it. Now, what is sulfuric acid really good for? Well, yeah, dissolving and getting rid of cow carcasses, you might say.
Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sends beef jerky to a lab for analysis? Wait, what? I was looking for the beef jerky as I knew it was in my suitcase, and I thought that maybe I left it on the beach, only to find a small plastic bag near my dog's bed. I'll email Francis to make us some more, as I need 6 to 8 ounces to send to the lab, and I'll forward to Francis the info to send to the lab directly.
Guys, I think something's going on.
Yeah, I agree with Asman there. I do think something is probably going on. Yes, kind of interesting that they're, as much as these people love beef jerky, there's not a single picture, and there's a lot of pictures of Big E out there of him enjoying his favorite snack. Very bizarre. You'd think it would be everywhere for how much they ate. And yes, to Asman's point, I think at this point we can all acknowledge, yeah, something weird is probably going on here. Something so much you might think it might deserve an investigation from, I don't know, who might that be? Oh, maybe Kash Patel, the FBI, the Department of Justice. But unfortunately, like Kash Patel said, there's no credible information that Jeffrey Epstein did anything wrong at all. But I don't think that's going to probably happen, because it also turns out that Kash Patel and his FBI were caught this week with an unfortunate email that also got released giving, yes, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino to their staff clear and specific guidance to redact images involving former U.S. presidents, Secretary of States, and a host of celebrities. So yes, the guys we know helped redact all the files and protect all these POs. They would be the ones that would have to open new investigations and try to figure this whole thing out. And think about this, guys. Looking at the new files release, the amount of horrific, disgusting things there are in here, talking about 8 to 9, 10-year-old girls, people getting eaten. I mean, the list goes on, and from horrific satanic shit going on. The FBI and the Department of Justice, remember this, already have seen all of this. They know all the perpetrators. They know all the predators. And do you know what they did with all of that information over the last 6 years? Oh, that's right. They arrested literally no one but Ghislaine Maxwell. And Todd Blanche said himself this week, the Department of Justice.
Redacted names are the pedophiles that the United States government is protecting. These redacted.
You know what I say about this bullshit, bro? Like, this is what bothers me about you people. All of a sudden now, Cracker Barrels are like, oh my God, we did not know that they were lying to us. We didn't know there was pedophiles in the, you know, in Trump Towers. Trump Towers didn't tell us that there was pedophiles. Y'all are sad case. I'm going to say this to you, Jamestown, Richard Rightford, you abusive man of your wife. Don't ever fucking call me, bro. And tell your woman never to text me again. Okay? Because I never told her to text me. I never asked you to invite me to your fucking problems. And I never said to you to come over here. You see what I'm saying? But let me say something to you that you will never understand, Richard. Because now I know that you are an Esau, a Cracker Barrel. That's who you are. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I said, nah, man, maybe, you know, with your little New York accent and shit. I thought maybe you may be our people. I'm going to show you two things tonight. Because we're going to move on to the next step. Richard, I love my people. Richard, I really care for them. And let me say this to you, Richard. I may enjoy drinking, but I will never sell out my family for a fucking drink. You want to know why? Because the only reason I drink is to calm my anxiety, not to abuse people. In case you didn't know, you won't even care about it. So let me show you this real quick. And I'm going to say this to you guys. And it doesn't matter because, you know what? I don't even like to share this shit because I have a son that's autistic. And I was diagnosed with that shit too. But I never shared it because I don't want people to feel sorry for me. You know what I care about though? Why I'm driven to be this way? Why I always share my channels and I never ask for fucking Fedia? Because our history does not deserve to be fucking merchandise. It's because of this.
Fateful day, they were led out of the prison compound. They were shackled and chained together. They had hoods on them. The women began wailing and weeping. One of the prisoners in a loud voice said, "Namach umpo metakwepi, hear me, my people. Today is not a day of defeat. It is a day of victory. For we have made our peace with our Creator and now go to be with Him forever. Remember this day to tell our children so they can tell their children that we are people who die a noble death. Do not mourn for us. Rejoice with us. It's a good day to God. And then he lifted up his voice and began singing.
That happened to our people. And nobody talked about it. No African Americans. No white people. Nobody ever said nothing about them. No one. GMS, ISUPK, IUIC, all you Negro bastards claiming to be our people, I'm going to ask you one fucking favor. If I'm wrong, call me to your channels to correct me. And if I'm wrong, I will never teach anything like this again. But if I'm right, then that means that I am not incorrect. And you dirty Negro bastards need to fucking pay. Just like you dirty Negro white people need to pay. From what I know, Negroes own slaves. White people own slaves. And both of you raped our children. Both of you fed our children to dogs. And both of you are fucking animals. So fuck all you FBAs, fuck all you BHIs, and fuck all you Negro motherfucking bastards that think you're indigenous. And if you got something to say, guess what? You got this channel right here to show you. Because apparently, you got little bitches like fucking Rich that rather beat on women than defend their own. Shut up, Rich. Tell your wife never to text me again. I hope that disgusts you. Because there's a scripture that talk about we were dwelling in the willows, singing sad songs to you piece of shit bastards. Now, listen, family, before we move on to the next segment, because we're not moving to the next segment, I just want to show you this real quick. Just real quick. I want to show this to you real quick. This is the next class. Hebrews in America. And I'm going to show you something real quick. Just so you know. Of how beautiful that shit's going to be. Okay? So, this sister right here, she points out something important. She says that we do not have a word so-called spirits. She says we have a word called breath of life. So let me say this to you real quick for all you stupid asses that don't understand the Bible. In Genesis 2:7, it says this, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and a man became a living soul. Listen to this. We're gonna get real detailed into this on Friday, fam.
Los mexicas no creían en el alma, creían en algo mucho más profundo, que se llama el aliento de vida. Ahora te explico. La palabra alma viene de la palabra ánima, que significa movimiento. Por eso conocemos palabras como animal, animado, animación, y tiene que ver con todo aquello que se mueve, que tiene vida. Para los mexicas, el cuerpo no era una cárcel, era un territorio vivo y se dividía en 3 formas de aliento. El primero es el ijillot, que es lo que hace que las cosas tengan vida, impulso, fuerza, aquello que hace que las cosas tengan su esencia. Todo lo que huele y sabe, por ejemplo, el sabor de una naranja, el sabor de una manzana, lo que caracteriza a una cosa, su esencia. El segundo, tonali, el calor interno, la fuerza vital, eso que te da carácter. Antes se decía que este calor entraba por la cabeza y al morir se escapaba por el cabello. El tercero, teyolia, que es la conciencia del corazón. No pensar con la mente, sino con el corazón. No somos un cuerpo con algo adentro. Somos calor que proviene del sol, aliento en movimiento y un corazón que pulsa. Eso es estar vivo. Nuestra compañera de México Vibrante tiene más información para ti, así que ve a seguirla y complementa. Si quieres profundizar sobre esta forma de entender la vida, solo comenta la palabra comida y te recomendaremos un libro que seguro te va a ayudar.
One more time, family, because we're going to see it on Friday.
Los mexicas no creían en el alma, creían en algo mucho más profundo, que se llama el aliento de vida. Ahora te explico.
Of life. We're going to talk about it on Friday.
La palabra alma
He's talking about the triangle, in case you don't know.
viene de la palabra ánima, que significa movimiento. Por eso conocemos palabras como animal, animado, animación, y tiene que ver con todo aquello que se mueve, que tiene vida. Para los mexicas, el cuerpo no era una cárcel, era un territorio vivo y se dividía en 3 formas de aliento. El primero es el ijillot, que es lo que hace que las cosas tengan vida, impulso, fuerza, aquello que hace que las cosas tengan su esencia. Todo lo que huele y sabe, por ejemplo, el sabor de una naranja, el sabor de una manzana, lo que caracteriza a una cosa, su esencia. El segundo, tonali, el calor interno, la fuerza vital, eso que te da carácter. Antes se decía que este calor entraba por la cabeza y al morir se escapaba por el cabello. El tercero, teyolia, que es la conciencia del corazón. No pensar con la mente, sino con el corazón. No somos un cuerpo con algo adentro. Somos calor que proviene del sol, aliento en movimiento y un corazón que pulsa. Eso es estar vivo.
The mind, the spirit, and the flesh. What I've always said to you guys, the triangle is the mind, the spirit, and the flesh. I never lied to you. Ever have and never will. Good night, fam.
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del mundo he nacido, más que orgulloso de crecer en donde yo he crecido. Me siento bendecido y aquí me quiero morir y la verdad porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí, porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color, idioma y también por mi idiosincrasia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nació. Aunque el género en el que me expreso por aquí no se inventó, pero que chucha, esto es pa' aquel que escucha y se mantiene en lucha con el puño arriba y la capucha. Tierra de donde gran parte siempre se quita, pero regresa pues como un niño a su madre necesita. Gobierna una política maldita donde si se enferma el que no tiene no le regalan ni las curitas. Por eso, pero no es sinónimo de progreso y no esas mierdas sentadas en el Congreso. En fin, somos de un sitio en donde nada cae del cielo, en donde muchos trabajamos desde niños hasta que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas. Somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo. Pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos. Y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Y es que así se nace cuando eres peruano. Aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares. Lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa, por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes, no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan.
Hey family, listen, I said this right now. I hate to smell out rats. Do you want to know why I say that? Because it shows my ability. I smell rats all the time, bro. The people that come to this channel and try to attack me and shit, and that's why they never come back, because I smell them right off the bat. And this guy that just I don't know why. Listen, bro, like just tell your wife to stop texting me, man, and we would not be talking about you. It's not that hard. Nobody here in this channel texts me. Like nobody in this channel like gets my number and then gives it to his wife, and then all of a sudden she texts me to complain about you. The shit is weird, bro. And you want me to have respect for you? Fuck no, Brian. Check your wife.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tú
no es tan del soldado Juan, que una bala traspasó su cuerpo con el ruido de una. Son historias como mi prima Gloria, que su cuerpo no aparece pero queda su memoria. Niña de 5 años que su aliento ya es agónico. Encuentra el cuerpo pero envuelto está en periódico. La vida es una tumba que la suerte te depara. La muerte está en la mano de aquel hombre que dispara. Padre que espera a su hijo que vive en la urbe, pero al día siguiente lo recogen en la morgue. Se cuentan horas, días y también los calendarios. Primo, nadie sabe si caras en cementerios. Como mi amigo Mario que jugaba a ser sicario. Hasta mató a su hermano y lo tomó como algo serio. Se cuentan horas, días y también las estadísticas. Para la policía un expediente más en balística. La lista aumenta y también el desenfreno. Como aquel niño que golpeado en el hogar se siente ajeno. Le pone freno y toma la decisión, sacando la pistola de su padre en el cajón. Su lápida ahora pinta: hijo mío, te queremos. Si la muerte nos permite, algún día nos veremos.
Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, y es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, y es que el amor de ahora está presente. ¿Dónde van? ¿Dónde? Dime dónde van las almas que se pierden en el camino de la vida. ¿Dónde van? Dime dónde van. Se detienen pulsos y otros por impulsos para el diván. Penas que se cuentan en la esquina, cuidado con la neblina que la muerte se avecina por la acera. Joven estudiante muere en una balacera. Otro lío de pandillas que en el diario aparecerá. La vida se desaparece como el humo de un cigarro. Locos disparando desde un carro. Otra vida que se pierde bajo el cielo gris. No se puede ser feliz cuando gente muere en un desliz. Como Marco que soñaba con ser narco, viajar en barco y olvidarse de las penas en su cuarto. Pero cada vez que parcha ya se siente harto, y su corazón marchito marcha para el infarto. Almas en oferta como Berta, se acuesta en una cama pero en otra se despierta. Son 14 años y ya perdió la niñez. Se desaparece un viernes y no regresa en 2 o 3. Coleccionando amores, sin importancia a los rumores. Malos menores, sin temores y sin valores. Deambulando en cada sitio, con el futuro a convertirse en un graffiti. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente. Pase lo que pase hoy, siempre con la mente tu recuerdo en mi corazón te llevaré. Para donde quiera que yo voy, pienso diferente, es que el amor de ahora está presente.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el cuestapal. Político en vez de patrullas se pide camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el cerro sobrino pero bueno de tu primo hermano pariente papá. Que esa nostalgia no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémica, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culos, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. A tu educación mi camino se afloja la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben, cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo a cantarte la friuna, no una pura canción de aventura. Así no censuran ni de basura, no le conviene que sepa verdura. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en milis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una PD que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún delegado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoeduque, pues porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo, el morbo están alimentando, ves, no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en tiris para que vivan en la pantalla si algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto morbo, el morbo están alimentando, ves, no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en tiris para que vivan en la pantalla si algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
CPF.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50, soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber?
¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Elevé mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sheep, Black Sea Metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker soplón.
Nero Luigi, man, desde Peña, a la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, it's money gang, gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar. Yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Yeah. Saliste ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. Yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le dueña, ya nada es igual. Yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Cinco's mob, negro. Yeah, Cinco's mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, yeah. It's money gang, 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 yeah. Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya hinco, luchando para salir del Lincoln. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo
no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré la ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito pa' que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que parido de esta cordillera. Sin luz afuera, que el espectáculo es dentro. La calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento. Cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas. La calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro. Y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon del clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón. Y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón. Yo ya me sé la cuestión y doy fe por cada renglón. Consciente de la operación del final Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Young, la maldita casa, Plaza de Rey y papá. El Nero Luigi, Black Cimental, hip hop peruano, rasgo en la maldita base.
Yeah. Oye, es nada más y nada menos que el motherfucker Blas de Plaza de Kings. Estos bebés son Big Papo, dude. No sean rebeldes, deje el revolú. Yo no me quede, yo me hospede junto a Belzebú. No me remete, plebe, no soy leve como tú. Si hay algo que no muere, eso es el hip hop Perú. Y para estos pericotes traje una chica perica. Atrás te voy a mostrar como dos monstruos las trafican. No trate ni trepe, solo trote, señorita. Treque, donde la sangre salpica. Se aplica, te explica, replica. ¿Pa' qué? Aplica, practica, suplica. Con fe a mi perro grita, yo lo mataré. Tu madre llora y canta, la bandeja. Flow peregrina, chivolo propina, ina. Hacen base, mejor coja vaselina, no imagina mi vida fuera de una esquina. Yo solo quiero más chavos pa' comprar más chilindrina. Gira, que somos puros animales rompiéndote todos los cristales. Repete señales que a ti no te sale. ¿Qué pasa, compadre? Somos naturales. Voy a llenar todas las editoriales. Rate de mi huevo pa' los tribunales. Tú eres un antianal, yo experto en artesanales. Yeah, se me afaga la cimaita, sopló.
Terco 92 B09 está en la casa, barrio. Escucha bien. Así se hace, Yo. Tengo problemas de actitud y poca paciencia. Hablo si me da la gana, nadie me silencia. No quieren aceptar que pa' muchos soy influencia. La voz de los barrios que llega a tocar tu conciencia. Yo sé que muchos quieren llegar a ser tendencia y hacen lo que sea sin pensar en las consecuencias. Es la diferencia, yo mantengo mi esencia y ustedes por pegar han cambiado hasta de apariencia. Y no es que lo diga yo, pero la gran evidencia es que cambian de personalidad con frecuencia. Y no son locos con inteligencia, solo quieren un poco de atención con insistencia. No presumo en nada, hago todo a mi conveniencia. Por eso te doy una sugerencia: conmigo no busquen competencia, que llevo 10 años ganándole a la vida y lo sabe la audiencia. La firme, qué ocurrencia, ¿cómo pueden joder sin prudencia? No se dan cuenta que mi experiencia es a base de exigencia. Mi trabajo es con independencia y el de otros de un productor depende de su permanencia. Sigo firme en la resistencia, dándole más rap en el track hasta por correspondencia. Que muchos disques evolucionaron, no es coincidencia. El dinero y la fama hizo que pierdan su decencia. Terco 92, cuando quieras, donde quieras.
¿Cómo? Sí. He aprendido a sobrevivir de las maldades, comprendiendo que nada es como tú sabes. Pa' decir verdad, la lucho a diario. No me critiques, no me justifico, siempre hago lo que predico. Soy de barrio y rico en talento. De una me sacan por mi forma de ser y mi acento en el yauca. Mi gente la está rompiendo por ser parte de este movimiento. Quiero saludar a las personas que nunca confiaron en mí, que hoy por hoy se partean cuando me ven venir. Bye bye motherfuckers en estas líneas. Bye bye a fluir. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Yo. Déjate llevar como hay people in the street. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, yeah. Hey. 2, 3 es la torita aquí en la casa, primo.
Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number for everything? Rock you in the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, I no voy a sitio on no microphone forever never. Tell me, roll some love. I can just smoke and the light some love them. I Rastafari my life some love. I remember no fire no burn. Ribby day. Cali with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah man. Si se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bomba, clack, you, Lego. Not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what? Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love.
Se ve tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece se burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos no voy palpando. Cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada. Mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente que la mala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mi lado tengo soldados fumando de su palulú. Y un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo. Y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey. Nunca se despidió de mí, ey.
Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición como no voy a aprovechar. Los códigos que llegan los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo risas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar, sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que le di, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinten. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirás siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente, discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes, que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar, y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, rip them. Hey. La. Human attribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic global sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic global sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón. Quien dispara el arma no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound that removes soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound that removes soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion but Babylon. Wanna ganja respect from Volumen 8. My niggas on Volumen 8, this is Key on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La 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 la. When I got just smoking from the studio of the on. And when I can just your nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them, ah. Bye bye rhythm, bye bye sound in
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes la pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.